So I am now very pleased to introduce our first session, which is on sustaining higher education in crisis, responding to Gaza. And this session will include two parts. We will have opening remarks from Dr. Kherieh Rassas, who is going to join us remotely. And then we will have a panel discussion, which is hybrid, with some people in the room and some outside joining remotely. So I will now introduce Dr. Rassas, who is going to be joining us and remotely and giving us opening remarks. Kherieh Rassas is president of UNIMED, the Mediterranean Universities Union. She's vice president of Najah National University. She is a laureate of awards from Her Majesty the Queen of England, Elizabeth II, and President Emmanuel Macron, from whom she received the Chevalier l'Ordre National de Mérite. She was, for 6 years, a senior special advisor to former Prime Minister Rami Hamdallah, and she is an expert in higher education governance, in legislation on health-related laws, and on civil rights laws. Dr. Rassas, we're very pleased to have you with us today, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Can you hear me? I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for this event, for allocating this important session and providing us the opportunity to come together to set the stage for thorough discussion on avenues and interventions to support the educational process in Gaza. This session, Sustaining Higher Education in Crisis, Responding to Gaza, is an essential part of a broader dedication where we share as academics, researchers, scholars, and most importantly, humans to addressing the challenges faced by the academic communities in Gaza. The situation is one of extreme adversity. It is with a sense of responsibility that I address you today amidst a challenging and changing political landscape. In these turbulent times, the importance of a collective, coherent, and thorough framework to respond effectively to the deteriorating educational landscape in Gaza cannot be overstated. As we gather, the crisis continues to unfold, deepen, and evolve. In such an environment, sustaining higher education goes beyond mere academic operations. It's about fostering resilience and nurturing the intellectual and social capital necessary for the future recovery and building of Gaza. The Palestinian population is predominantly composed of youth, with a significant percentage under the age of 30. This demographic reality underscores the critical role of education in shaping the future of Palestine. Despite facing immense challenges such as political instability, economic hardships, and geographic fragmentation, Palestinian youth demonstrate a strong commitment to learning and self-improvement. This highlights our shared responsibility to protect and empower the youth of Palestine, guiding them towards new avenues of hope. This event is being held during a crucial period when Palestinian students are undergoing their final high school exams. Out of the 89,000 high school students in Palestine who were supposed to take these exams, only 26% have been able to do so. A total of only 1,320 out of the 39,000 students from Gaza were able to take these exams from abroad. This grave action means that there will not be a first university student in Gaza during the next academic year, further impacting the higher education system in Palestine. Some numbers and figures about Gaza. Now, the war against Gaza is systematically targeting the entire educational system. The ongoing Israeli military attacks have completely disrupted the entire educational process, leaving 88,000 higher education students in Gaza experiencing disruption in their academic endeavor. 6 universities in Gaza have entirely or partially been destroyed. The Islamic University, Al-Isra University, Rabat University, Al-Azhar University, Al-Aqsa University, and Al-Quds Open University. 3 university presidents have been killed in the Israeli attack, along with more than 95 university deans and professors, 68 of whom held professors' degrees. The escalating numbers of casualties killed and wounded include a high percentage of school children and university students, as well as school teachers and academics of higher education institutions. According to the International Monetary Fund, 70% of the strips, colleges, and universities have been destroyed, costing the education sector $720 million US. These figures reveal unheard stories, showcasing the gravity of loss and the harsh realities on the ground. However, they remain tentative due to the lack of updated documentation, the destruction of institutions and archives, and restrictions on movement, even for rescuing bodies from under the rubble or for burial purposes. Now, talking about Gaza, we cannot ignore what is happening in the West Bank. So while the situation in Gaza is dire and unprecedented, the reality in the West Bank remains bleak and fraught with significant challenges. Despite university enrollment steadily increasing, higher education students, academics, and scholars face severe movement restrictions due to the checkpoints, barriers, and the separation wall. This harsh reality, imposed by the occupation, leads to major geographic fragmentation, preventing Palestinians from accessing vital education resources and institutions. Since 2000, Israel's travel bans have cruelly prevented Gaza students from pursuing education in the West Bank, or vice versa. Israel holds full control over access to Palestine, imposing restrictions on both exit and entry, and limiting work permits and student visas to international passport holders to teach or study at Palestinian universities. In parallel, heavy restrictions are also imposed on the travel of Palestinian academics and students. These measures not only curtail academic freedom, but also contribute to the international isolation of the higher education system, reducing the volume of international exchange and mobility programs and hindering internationalization efforts. Even before the war, significant restrictions on the movement of academics and students between the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza have always existed. These restrictions have doubled and deepened, particularly in the West Bank, forcing universities to frequently switch to e-learning and blended education. Additionally, sporadic closures and military incursions into cities and villages of the West Bank disrupt academic schedules, creating instability and uncertainty that hinder educational process and personal development. Some background information about the universities in Palestine. Higher education institutions in Palestine are accustomed to operating in a reality filled with financial and political hardships, vulnerabilities, and emergencies. Over the years, these institutions have acquired resilience and responsiveness, striving hard to offer education that is inclusive, accessible, and available to all students across Palestine, despite a wide range of obstacles and restrictions. These relatively young yet well-established institutions came into existence only in the 1970s, under exceptional circumstances during the continuous Israeli occupation and its deliberate disruption of education. Some of these universities originated as elementary schools in the 1920s. Education has been the strongest means of survival against Israel's attempts to undermine the Palestinian identity. The Palestinian higher education system has played a critical role in preserving the national heritage and leading social changes in conflict transformation and state building. Universities have adhered to their goals and managed to unite and motivate Palestinians. As Palestinians have striven for education, the total enrollment rate at Palestinian universities has continuously increased, particularly if compared to other countries in the region. New higher education institutions had opened, and numerous and diverse bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs have been introduced, leading to the formation of a strong yet flexible higher education system. There are now 53 higher education institutions in Palestine with around 225,000 enrolled students. Despite the division between Gaza and the West Bank in 2006, the two education systems have always functioned as a single entity. They carry the same resilience and are well adjusted and equipped to deliver in times of peace and conflict. Academic professionals and experts in Gaza have consistently been an essential part of the Palestinian educational landscape, participating in scientific research, governance reform, and system development. The pandemic, the COVID-19, posed a significant challenge to higher education systems worldwide. Palestinian universities demonstrated remarkable resilience by swiftly transitioning to distance education. While these challenges were unprecedented for many, they were somewhat familiar in Palestine. The Palestinian educational system has a long history of adapting to adversity by implementing virtual and blended education and applying emergency plans when necessary. For Palestinians, access to any form of freedom, including academic freedom, is sadly restricted. The freedom of Palestinian universities is undermined by continuous incursions, military raids, and threats of closure. Academic freedom is essential for fostering a vibrant, innovative, and independent community. It allows scholars and students to pursue knowledge and research without fear of censorship or political interference. In restrictive governance system, due to the occupation or other reasons, the suppression of academic freedom stifles critical thinking and interrupts the development of a well-informed society. Ensuring academic freedom is fundamental for the growth, sustainability, and resilience of higher education institutions. We have chosen to skip the controversial discussions on the day after the war in Gaza and instead focus on the urgent present, where people are being deprived of their most basic rights to life and dignity. While many local and international initiatives have concentrated on humanitarian aspects and basic needs, we have decided to complement these efforts by introducing a strategic initiative to create educational opportunities for students in Gaza to pursue their higher education at Najah National University and its partner universities at no cost and as visiting students. Recognizing the urgent need for intervention, Najah National University in Palestine, with UNIMED, launched the Technical Educational Support for Higher Education Students Initiative, the TESI initiative, in February 2024. We have collectively formed a front of expertise of academics, administrative staff, and scholars, all volunteering to serve this just cause and assist students in Gaza in pursuing their higher education. Since its inception, TESI has quickly gained momentum with numerous international universities joining forces to address the evolving crisis. As some of the most influential and impactful universities and networks in the world, we urge you to join us in this noble mission. We believe TESI was the right response to a delicate and intricate reality. It can be a model to adapt, expand, and apply in various areas of conflict and times of emergencies, including pandemics or national disasters, where obstacles and restrictions to higher education may arise. I hope these remarks help shed some light on the situation in Gaza and motivate us all to take action and implement plans to help academics, scholars, and higher education students in Gaza, filling the void that currently exists in the educational landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rassas. Thank you for sharing this information about the situation for higher education in Gaza and your message about the critical role of education in nurturing the future and the importance of academic freedom. Thank you. I would now like to introduce our moderator for the panel, Marcello Scalisi. Marcello is Director of UNIMED, the Mediterranean Universities Union, and he has been in this post since 2008. He holds a degree in Historical Sciences and International Cooperation at the Faculty of Literature, Philosophy and Languages at the University of Roma Tre in Italy. He has extensive experience in managing and monitoring international projects. UNIMED, as many of you know, is currently a network of more than 160 universities from more than 25 countries in the Euro-Mediterranean region. And Marcello will moderate our panel for us today. Thank you, Marcello.
Thank you, Frank. Before to introduce and to call on the stage the speakers that are here and the other panelists that are online, we have a short video to show you. I hope that everything is ready. Yeah.
I'm a fourth-year medical student, but now I'm living in a refugee camp. I should be studying at Al-Azhar University, but it got
is not our friend. It is our friend, but also not our friend at the same time. So what we might do is we might try to come back to the video later, if that's okay, because there's an issue that we're having with the sound on it. And I will hand to Marcello for the panel. So if the panel members could please join us.
Okay, thank you. In any case, I think that what we already saw, it's quite hard to accept. Okay, I invite on the stage here our panelists that are here, and Shameq and Asmaa, please join me. And then we have also 3 panelists online. We have today these 5 colleagues from Palestine that show us something, and Saida Affouneh from Najah University, Shameq Sayeed from University of Leicester, and Nishat Asan from the Gaza Global University, Mahmoud Loubani from Palmed Academy from the Gaza Educate Medics, and Asmaa Abusamra from the University of Oslo, but also she described me yesterday the first 7 months that you passed in Gaza during the war. I don't want to use too much time to introduce myself. Frank already did very well. Just to mention, our president, Professor Kherieh Rassas, already explained to you the situation in Gaza, and the video in a way already show us something. UNIMED is working in several crisis situations. When we started in 1991, at that time, the most relevant was just the Israeli and Palestine situation. After 33 years, unfortunately, we are still there. And the status quo showed us that doesn't work. But we have other crises in the region, unfortunately, like the situation in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya. We are very active in all these countries and also in the neighborhood to try to call universities to play a major role in supporting scholars and students at risk, and also to welcome refugees in higher education. I think that I hope that technology will help us to moderate, will help me to moderate that session. And I would like to start with Saida Affouneh from Najah University. If you could introduce, I invite you again to be very, respect the schedule that we have, because we have to finish at 10:30, absolutely. And Saida, your 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Marcello. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you in this Congress. I'm glad to represent TESI initiative from Najah National University and all partners. I would like to shed some lights on the initiative that has been launched in February by Najah National University with UNIMED and with Palestinian Student Scholarship Funds. The main aim of this initiative is to support Gaza students to continue their higher education. This initiative was designed according to 2 main concepts. The first concept was that Najah National University can't do that alone. So international collaboration is a must and is welcome. So we are now working with many international partners who are supporting this initiative. And the second concept, that cooperation and communication with Gaza higher education institution is very vital in order to succeed in sustaining higher education for Gaza institution. We started this initiative by developing an action plan and depending on data and evidence from the field. So we conduct a need assessment by distributing 2 surveys. One is to collect data regarding the demographic of the students, and the important thing is the access to internet. Since we are offering online learning, we need access to internet. And the second survey was related to psychological and emotional well-being of the students, since their readiness for being able to learn is very important in order to continue their education. We work on 3 main stages in this plan. The first stage, which is very important, was the pilot stage. We decided not to start implementing before piloting. So on the end of March, we start piloting with the 3,400 students in order to learn and derive lessons from this stage. Now we are in the end of the pilot stage, and many lessons have been learned in order to move forward for the next stage. Let me share some of the lessons that have been learned from the first stage, since it was full of challenges and full of opportunities at the same time. From the first stage, we learned that flexibility is very much needed in order to meet the needs of the student. Since the students were divided into three main areas according to their access to internet. 60% of them, they have no access to internet. 30% of them, they have partial access to internet, maybe 3 or 4 hours per day, and some of them per week. And the third group, they have full access to internet and they are outside Gaza. And these who were able to move outside Gaza. So we tailor our model according to these statistics in order to meet the needs of all the students who were registered in this initiative. From the first stage, where we have 3,400 students, only 1,650 students were able to continue their education. And this is because of the lack of internet and because of several displacements. So they were moved, like after Rafah invasion, from place to place, so they were unable to continue. What we also learned that the faculty members, we have more than 4,000 volunteers. We learned that they need to be trained in order to make them in a same level of information. The theory that we used was trauma-informed teaching, and we think that it's one of the best models for emergency education. So it was well designed, but at the same time, we need to develop a well-designed training course for all the volunteers in order to support them to be able to continue this mission. And here your assistant is vital to be able to develop these courses. The problem that we also face that the faculty members from Gaza who joined the TESI initiative, many of them were displaced internally or externally, and they were unable to deliver education for the students. So we moved to co-teaching. So a teacher from the Najah University with a teacher from Gaza or from partner university work together in order to sustain the education. So the teaching, learning, assessment strategy that we have developed under the pilot stage has a lot of positive impact, but at the same time, we learn how to develop it for the next stage. And we are now working on the second stage, which will start in July 7 with more than 5,000 students, and we hope they will be able to join. A lot of students send us their feedback, so we are using research-based planning. So all the time we distribute questionnaires and we are collecting data and testimonies from students in order to improve our work, since it's a very difficult work full of changeable situation. So we can't predict very well, since every day means different factors and different situations. But we keep moving forward, full of hope that we can, with the support of all of you, be able to continue that. The most challenging thing is the infrastructure of institution in Gaza, as Professor Rassas said, and also infrastructure in the West Bank. The capacity of Najah can hold like 3,000, 4,000 additional to the 25,000 students that we have. But in order to accept 50,000 students, it is very challengeable, and we need to update the infrastructure, or we need to move forward to another model that all partner universities can accept students and be able to teach them online in the same model that is joint online and offline model at the same time, since we are talking about low bandwidth capacity in Gaza for Gaza students. So this is the main challenge that we are facing, and we are developing different scenarios in order to be able to work on it. What I want to mention...
Thanks, Saida. You will continue in the second step. Sorry to interrupt you, but I would like to give to all of you the possibility to introduce all the initiative, and then you will have the possibility to ask for, obviously, for support and helps in showing your challenges. Asmaa, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. And I'm very grateful that being here today, because today maybe I'm depicting my experience because I'm an eyewitness. Simply, I stayed under war condition for about 200 days. Luckily, I survived, but my soul didn't. My soul is over there with my family and my siblings and my colleagues. As you know, in Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank, we are all one family. So I have these concerns. So I will try a little bit, and it will be hard, I know, not to be emotional and to be precise about how to sustain higher education in Gaza. But before I speak, I want just to take you back a little bit before the 7th of October, because actually we in Gaza, we were struggling a lot in the academia, including students, lecturers, as well as the academic institution environment. There were lots of struggles and continuous hardship. For example, in terms of students, they suffered from inadequate infrastructure. You know, most of our buildings, as a result of constant, continuous war. I lived in Gaza since 2000, so there was a war in 2000, 2008, 2012, 2014, where my whole area was destroyed, and we had to rebuild our house in 2018, and there are other wars. This is the wars that I can ever remember. And this continuous war has left us with fragile infrastructure in terms of academic buildings. Because every time when we try to build these academic institutions, they will be subjected, in a way or another, for destructions because of the continuous war. And also they have, the students, they have limited access to resources. There was scarcity of all the educational resources, including textbooks, computers, laboratory, and equipment, hindering their quality of, or their access to reach good quality of education. And we can't neglect also the psychological stress as a result of continuous wars and economic blockade that, is going to be last for ages and ages, before and after. And we are talking about severe psychological trauma that affecting the achievement of the continuation of education and their academic records. Also, the interruption of their academic and educational process because of the frequent closures of schools at universities due to scarcity and security reasons. They disrupted the educational and academic calendar, leading to a fragmented educational experience. Of course, the economic hardships. Gaza has been under severe economic blockade since 2007, and these economic hardships, led to poverty, which forced many students to drop out or work part-time jobs to support their families. And the most common things for us, especially in Gaza, we have travel restrictions, which limited the students' opportunity to pursue higher education opportunities, for example, scholarship or joining conferences, or attend any external activities outside Gaza. I remember there was a team of students who just took like a prize of international project. They just wanted to go to Jordan, and it's simply you can take the car from Gaza and go to Jordan in about 3 or 4 hours by driving a car. But they have to apply for different documents just to go to Egypt. There were 4 boys and 2 girls. They were all rejected many times, and even in the Egyptian borders, okay, they were rejected and they returned back to Gaza. And after a month, only the 2 girls were accepted, and then we make another appeal for the other 2 boys. It seems that it's like an endless process of lots of obstacles in front of these students. And what about me and other lecturers at the universities? We have limited professional development because, you know, opportunities for professional growth and development were constrained and by travel restrictions, limiting exposures to international and academic standards and innovation. We have also limited access to resources similar to students. Lecturers had limited access to academic resources, research materials, and modern types of educational aids. Mostly as a researcher, because this is my priority to become a researcher in Palestine. Research challenges, despite being a priority, conducting a research was particularly difficult due to the lack of funding, lack of equipment, and lack of restricted access to research and community. And I remember my university, the University College of Applied Science and Technology, was appointed to different international projects, including Erasmus Plus project, European Union project, and one of the projects was funded by UNESCO. It was for building the capacity of school teachers as well as students in terms of artificial intelligence. And we requested some of the equipments just to be helpful for the students to initiate their artificial intelligence clubs. So it was one of our responsibilities at UCAS to provide these schools with toolkits. There were only 17 toolkits. But I remember we ordered them 3 months before the project started, and the project ended. The project period, by the way, was 8 months, with intervention from the UNESCO. And after lots of requests, the Israeli borders, they reject these tools in order just to enter Gaza because, as they claim all the time, they have dual usage and they can be used, for other military issues. So after all, we succeeded in, making them go into Gaza, but actually it was very hard. And this is one of our successful projects that you can imagine that most of our experience and the difficulties that we can face. Another issue, we are talking about economic constraints. Lecturers faced financial difficulties due to delay of their salaries. And most of the time, this is, exaggerated the problem. For me, as an academic instructor working in Gaza, since 2011, I'm just receiving from 30% to the best days, 70% of my salary. And for us, as academic people, I know it's very difficult, but you may be surprised about how persistent are the academics there in Gaza, because we know that education is the way of liberty of minds and souls. And this is what we're actually doing during I joined the university in 2004. So during these 20 years, I was teaching my students to be hopeful and to be resilient, to have this resilience in order to adapt with all situations. I taught my students that you need to think all the time beyond the borders, how to be entrepreneurs, how to think, how to start your own projects, how to communicate with the international world. And that's why I became so happy when I just find lots of success stories among our students. I remember one of the students, she was covering her face. And one day she came to my office and they said, there was a bomb in my room. So I was completely burned. And she uncovered her face. Her face was 70% covered with burns. And because of these burns, she was shy a little bit just to join the academic institutions and just to proceed and continue her education. And that's why she has dyslexia and she didn't have the ability to communicate well with others. I know we and all the other members collaborated in giving her extra classes. And you can't imagine my happiness seeing her on the graduation seats. She graduated with excellent degree, despite all the difficulties. I know that she opened her factory, giving an opportunity for employment for other colleagues from her department. That's how we as Palestinians, persistent, we have this strong belief that the universities is the only thing that gives us the identity to proceed our struggle and to be who we are exactly in Palestine. And that's why I'm counting on this session today, that me and all the people around here, including you, we will come up with lots and countless initiatives that can help the people out there. You will never imagine that my colleagues out there, they are still starving. When I mean starving, I mean they don't have food and drinks. I lived there for about 7 months under war. I used to live in a luxurious life, you know. I was very spoiled with my parents and family, and actually they were counting on me because I'm the breadwinner of the family. But suddenly I found myself in a school shelter. I had to replace different times, many times. My house in Gaza was destroyed, so we moved to the middle area, then we moved to Rafah, and we ended to a school shelter. You know how to share a school shelter with 1,300 people, sharing the same facilities with lack of food and lack of proper good drinking water. Actually, it is difficult. It's very extremely difficult. And by the way, even with these harsh circumstances, people out there that are thinking of the second day after war, how we are going to proceed our education, how we are going just to continue. Yesterday, I contacted my Vice President of External Affairs from the University College of Applied Science. He's still in Gaza, actually, under bombing and shelling. And you know, Gaza situation is very critical and very dangerous. And you know what? He sent me templates of temporary classroom that we can build directly when there's a ceasefire. And I said, for God's sake, man, you are under bombing. And I remember I had lots of bombs, which I didn't forget yet. But he said, Asmaa, we need to think about the second day. And we will rebuild the university, and will it become more stronger and stronger. And that's the nature of the Palestinian. We are thinking just how to rebuild our academic institutions and to continue and proceed our struggle again. You might be surprised when seeing one of our students walking thousands and thousands of kilometers right now just to have a single of internet connection, just to proceed with the online courses proposed from our friends and universities and supporters from the West Bank. Yeah, I understand, yeah. Thank you.
Let me say that this is surely the most difficult session that I moderated in my life. How to stop to describe in such a situation. Okay. Nishat, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Please.
Hi, so I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here. So I'm here representing Architects for Gaza. We're a network of architects, urbanists, and designers with a strong network in Gaza, but also beyond. We're an international group. I'm currently based in London. And we're really a group that's thinking across different scales and forms of intervention around the question of repair, reconstruction, and renewal in Gaza. So we're sort of organized in two separate clusters. One is thinking about the question of repair and reconstruction, and then the other one is thinking about education. We're working sort of, let's say, the two clusters work separately, but of course they are intertwined. So the network includes practitioners, architects, designers, etc., engineers, planners, but it also includes many academics as well, and often practitioners who are also academics. So for us, the education side is very much entwined with the practice of being architects, urbanists, engineers, technical people, designers. And so our work in the education cluster, one of the main initiatives that we are a part of is the initiative you've just heard of, the TESI initiative that was just told to us about by Dr. Saida. And so we are kind of helping to do some teaching in the architecture program, in the interiors program, interior design program. So we have the kind of the network of AFG is around, I would say around 70 to 100 core members. But then we have a wider kind of volunteer group of over 700 by now, academics, educators, practitioners who are volunteering to help with this work. So we started off with this kind of pilot initiative that was outlined to you earlier. We taught 2 modules, and we've learned a lot as well from that. And so the idea is to now teach more during the new phase that's coming in July. So again, we are following the kind of trauma-informed teaching model that Dr. Saida was talking about. And that, I think, is one of the most challenging parts of the work that we're doing, because you have people coming. So our network is international from almost every country in the world. And so you have people coming with different expertise and affiliations, but of course, different cultural backgrounds and understandings of what this trauma-informed teaching is. So we're learning on the job as well, and we're trying to help each other and help the students as well. And then the other bit of work that we're doing in the education cluster, which is related to our partnership with Najah, but a little bit separate as well, is that we just started with the first, again, pilot session of a kind of workshop that we're doing in Cairo. It's a kind of hybrid and in-person and online workshop where we're bringing together teachers and students from Gaza who have escaped to Cairo with sort of people from our network. And we're working with the Global Free Unit and the Office for Displaced Designers. These are both initiatives that have been that are made up of, again, architects, planners, and designers who have worked with Syrians and who have also worked with Ukrainians who have been displaced. And so they're bringing that kind of expertise to Cairo, and we're going to run what is essentially a month-long teaching initiative with 2 weeks in Cairo in person. And the idea is, again, to bring together this work that we're doing in the other cluster, which is about kind of reconstruction and repair, so strategies of kind of rebuilding, very much on a grassroots level, I would say. That's where we're working, bringing that together with the educational initiative. So I'm not directly involved in it, so I don't know how far we got with it, but the idea was that we want to make sure that the students from Gaza who are taking part in this month-long workshop, then their work gets accredited through the TESI initiative. So somehow, for us, I think I'll end here just by saying, for us, the idea of kind of reconstruction and repair, of course, as we've heard, education and the rebuilding of places after war and conflict, these 2 things are completely intertwined. And so for us, the work that we do as architects, as designers, we try to bring the education together with the kind of more practical work that we do as designers. So yeah, that's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nishat, also to be very so on time with your presentation. We'll be back to you with some questions. And now we remain online with Mahmoud. Are you okay? No, okay. No, we can't hear you, to be honest. Could you try? Try again, please. Unfortunately not. Okay, we will try to fix this issue.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Now it seems that it's working. Oh, haha, you have to use your mic because it's not with your earphone. Try again.
Hello, sorry.
Wow. No, I was sorry, because I was the last one that understood that. So
No. I was the last one. You were the second last.
No. Okay, but I'm so concentrated on your face and not. Okay, that's okay. Try.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Marcello, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Mahmoud Loubani. I'm the chair of PALMED Academy, which is the educational arm of PALMED Europe, which is the Medical Association for Palestinian Doctors in Europe, and the CEO of the Gaza Educate Medics, GEM for short. This scheme we devised to deal with the destruction of the medical schools in Gaza, and it is focused only on medical education. So we started working on this project in January, and we held our first meetings in March, and we launched officially on the 1st of June. We know that there are 2,500 medical students in Gaza in two universities, Al-Azhar and the Islamic University. And from the beginning, we engaged the deans of both universities who are part of our board of directors of the scheme. And we've been working with them and alongside them to develop this project and actually get it started. So far, we have 2,003 medical students registered with us on the scheme. 80% of them are still in Gaza, only 20% are outside, 16% of them are in Egypt, and 4% are across the world, from Russia all the way to America. And what we have devised is a scheme to look after the medical students from year 1 to year 6. Year 1, 2, 3 is usually basic science and is delivered through a platform which we developed as a bespoke learning platform to deliver the education of medical students. But also we're looking after the clinical training years of year 4, 5, and 6 by providing them with the educational material on the platform, but at the same time providing them with clinical placements. Their main bulk of learning is through clinical placements. As I said, 80% of them are in Gaza, and we've been working with the remaining hospitals in Gaza through the Ministry of Health there, as well as the NGO hospitals and the field hospitals and the missions that go into Gaza at the moment to provide them with clinical placements and clinical supervision. Unfortunately, for the there are 381 medical students in Gaza. 178 of them are clinical students. And unfortunately, we have not been able to provide them with clinical placements in Egypt, despite the size of Egypt. And therefore, Shameq and others have been working with us to provide them with placements. And we have placed 10 students already in Turkey. 20 hopefully will be going to Cape Town, which Shameq I'm sure will mention to you. But we have others going to Pakistan, India, and Maldives in the near future to continue their clinical training. We have three main aims in this project. One is to keep the medical schools alive in Gaza. We don't want any students to go and register with any other medical school across the world. We want them to stay with their universities. And this is important for the future of medical education in Gaza. Number two is provide all the training and education for the students free of charge. Nobody is to pay a penny during their education. And the third one is, this is a long-term project. We anticipate it to continue for 3 to 5 years minimum, and all the resources and infrastructure that we're building at the moment will be handed to the medical schools at the end of the project for them to utilize and use as they wish to do so. The problem we have is that 500 of the healthcare workers have been killed in Gaza, 1,500 are injured, and 300 have been taken as hostage. And a lot of these were the faculty of the two medical schools. And therefore, we have opened the door for international volunteers, and we have 295 renowned international volunteers who are going to be delivering the teaching to the students, but also other things like mentorship scheme, mental health schemes, internet access. We're working on provision of laptops for the 2,300 students at the moment. It's difficult to get the laptops into Gaza, but we are utilizing the missions going in to bring in some of the equipment. We're very keen to work with international medical schools to provide quality assurance and sustainability for this project going forward, as well as I said, when we hand over this project to the medical schools in 3 to 5 years' time, they will have an international alliance of medical schools that they can rely on for quality assurance, for exams, assessments and evaluation, curriculum improvement, and so forth. So one of the main challenge we have is funding. This project actually to provide the function of 2 medical schools is anticipated to cost $250,000 to $300,000 a month. And the cost for that is, as I say, to allow the students free education, as well as supporting all the medical and clinical staff that will be delivering the teaching, and also the living expenses of the students that are outside of Gaza that will need sponsoring to continue their education. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I do appreciate it. We're happy to collaborate with anybody, and we look forward to collaborating with everybody. The GEM scheme is an umbrella organization. PALMED Academy is just leading on it. Everybody is welcome to it. We cannot do it on our own. Nobody could do this mammoth task on their own. We do need as much support and help in every aspect as people are willing to give us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Thanks a lot, Mahmoud, also for the joy with your mic that's helped us to create a new atmosphere. Now, Shameq, we have a similar initiative in a way.
Thank you, Marcello, and to colleagues who've preceded me as well. I've been working fairly closely with Prof. Mahmoud recently, so he set the context very helpfully for medical education, so I won't revisit everything that he and colleagues who've set the context for Gaza more generally have already touched upon. My wife Sarah and I, we went to the Genocide Museum here in Lithuania yesterday, and I hadn't realized how recent the occupation was in living memory for many of you, and certainly for your parents and grandparents, and the context that Asmaa has described, likewise colleagues from the West Bank of occupation there. This precedes, of course, the 7th of October. The challenges for healthcare generally and the challenges for education more specifically have been there for decades. And it's in that context, I have on my name badge here, OxPal. I'm not formally a member of OxPal because it's a student-led and student-run organization, a collaboration between students in Oxford established in 2011 with Palestinian medical schools, with the view to try and help support overcoming of some of those barriers to education, the checkpoints, the literal barriers, the wall that Kherieh mentioned earlier. That means that students trying to get to clinical placements or just to their universities becomes incredibly challenging, and that's just one of many barriers to education in that setting. The Gaza context more specifically, I last presented on this in March, and since that time, 7,000 more people have been killed. This is just those killed, of course. The injuries number in the tens of thousands, and these are life-changing injuries, in the form of amputations, many of them children, and the rehabilitation costs and the emotional burden attached to that is, again, unfathomable. The vast majority of the population is displaced. Gaza was already, I think, 70% refugee population, and now, again, a further 75 to 80% of that population has been displaced to the very southmost part of Gaza. I was speaking to a colleague who'd been out there recently as a part of an emergency deployment team, and he was describing the first time that he went out just over Christmas. They were operating on, blast injuries, shrapnel injuries, with some limited success with the facilities that they had. And the more recent time when he went out, because of now the risk of, not the risk of the actual malnutrition that's existing amongst the population there, the wounds that they're trying to repair, surgical wound repair needs good nourishment, and with a malnourished population, those wounds that they're trying to repair are falling apart. So they're seeing people that they've tried to do some kind of surgical intervention on coming back in with their wounds and their repairs failing, unfortunately. So we talk about these deaths and these injuries in the context of trauma. This is not even taking into consideration the complications, and then of course all the other complications of the failure or the destruction of the public health system at large, diarrhea in children, respiratory tract infections, and so on, as a result of poor sanitation and public health failures. Resources coming into Gaza. Prior to the October 7th, about 500 trucks would come in a day. That was the need in Gaza even before October the 7th. Now, where the need is far, far, far greater, in the last few weeks, only about 50 to 70 trucks have been coming in a day. So we're talking, a tenth of what was coming in before October the 7th. The medical and medical education context more generally, UNICEF has described, as a result of the psychological trauma for children, that there are more than 1 million children in need of mental health and psychosocial support. The video that you saw earlier, I was keen, and I'd like to thank Marcello and coordinators here at SAR for presenting that. I was very keen that for me, as a Brit, and clearly I'm not ethnically white, but I don't want to be part of that white savior complex where we try and speak to the experience of Palestinian colleagues. So I was very glad to have our Palestinian colleagues represented here and certainly speaking before me. I'm keen to be an ally as far as I can, but equally that this any challenges, any solutions must be grounded in the context of and be led by Palestinian colleagues. So I'd like to quote Marwa, who was in that video, who was interviewed later as regards psychological trauma. And she says, "It is very exhausting to live in constant fear, and it's not death we fear, it's surviving death. If you survive a bombing, then you either end up wounded, having to go through a limb amputation without any anesthesia, or you survive and you lose your loved ones. Can you imagine what a nightmare it would be to be the sole survivor of your entire family?" There's an acronym or an abbreviation that's been coined in the Gazan context, which should never have had to be coined, WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, because of the number of children that were coming into hospitals as literally that, a wounded child with no family to care for them or to support them in that most dire moment of need. The vast majority of hospitals, primary healthcare clinics have been destroyed or partially destroyed. Prof. Loubani has mentioned the healthcare workers that have been killed or abducted, and many of these are the faculty for the medical students that we're focusing on. So why medical students? I'll just wrap up with this. My focus, I guess Prof. Loubani's focus, I guess because we are medics, it's what we know, medical education is what we know, we're focusing on them. But of course, the model that Prof. Loubani has described, that Saida has described, these are models that could be extended to education more generally at times of conflict. Specifically, and I'll just speak to this in terms of the models that we've been looking at for medical students, there's a particular need for those who are in vocational disciplines, like medicine, midwifery, nursing, architecture potentially as well, where there's a practical component or a vocational component. We saw during COVID, of course, we all went online. Most of us didn't particularly like it. It's not the greatest way to educate. So even for the humanities, likewise, any discipline ideally would like to do it on site, but clinical or vocational subjects, of course, require that as a part of their training. So the three models that we were looking at initially, and we'll come to barriers, I think, in the second part of our panel today, we're looking at enrolling students in institutions across the world. I was looking at that in my home institution in Leicester and in Oxford, so I'm based between the two. And the challenge there is what Prof. Loubani described. If we take students away from their home institutions, it means the end of those institutions. It means faculty with no students to teach. So the model that Palmed Academy is working on, I think, is a model which has a lot of merit. Another model was looking at students transitioning from where they were to another medical school, but medicine doesn't really have accreditation of prior learning. The Bologna process, which I think is to be highly commended, doesn't really apply to things like medicine, certainly in the UK and in other parts of the world, so students can't simply transition. So the best model that seems to exist is what Palmed Academy is working on, which is this model of what we're calling extended electives. So most medical schools across the world, their students in their final year generally or in their penultimate year will go abroad for a month, 2 months to experience medicine in other settings. We're trying to use that model, but extend it for the whole year so that students who are in Gaza can go out, or who are already externally displaced, can go to a medical school anywhere in the world, cover the rotations that they might have covered at home in Gaza. And as Prof. Loubani was saying, their deans have signed off on that so that they can be then accredited and awarded from their home institution wherever they're studying that extended elective in the world. So I'll stop there until we come to barriers and speak to them a little bit further.
Super. Many thanks. We start with the second very, very fast session of this workshop. Just a question to all of you. I kindly ask you to answer in 1 minute, please. I know that it's difficult, but try, please. Saida, I start with you first. You mentioned that you already did training for 3,000 students, first stage, and you have some lesson learned. You are starting with other 4,000 students, but the big issue is to start with 30 and more thousand students on 90,000 students that there are in Gaza. Could you pass a message from students? What the students say to you? What the students mention about this opportunity to start to study in a way or another with TESI initiative?
Yeah, thank you, Marcello. I'm myself running a course in order to be able to learn more about how TESI is on. I will pass a message from my student who says that this initiative has supported us to rebuild hope and to go back to normality. So going back to education is vital for our solidarity and be able to continue. Despite that, this student all the time needs to walk 3 hours in order to reach a place where there is internet, to get the access for the internet in a weekly basis, and this put her under risk. And most of the time she needs to, be able to find a way to go back home, usually at night, since some of the classes that is attended in the afternoon, and this is related to the electricity issue. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Saida. And now I move to Nishat. If I understood well, you are also looking for cooperation with the TESI initiative with the Najah University and so on. But talking about international community, what are at the moment your colleagues worldwide that are working with you, are happy to join this exercise, and which kind of support you need, if in case?
Yeah, so I mean, the main support we need at the moment actually is to do with funding. So these workshops, the workshop that we're trialing in Cairo, which is which is a hybrid workshop. The idea again is that it should be free for Gazan teachers and students, and they should be remunerated for their time and for their expenses. So that of course costs money. And so we're doing a fundraising initiative right now for the Cairo workshop, which will hopefully happen at the end of the summer. So that's one thing. And then the other is, yeah, absolutely sort of thinking about the difficulty of sort of doing teaching in sort of online for practical courses. So this was mentioned earlier in relation to medicine, of course, but the same is true for something like architecture, where a lot of the work is practical. It is, you know, in a place working with students. You need laptops, you need, at the very least, you need to be able to exchange images, right? And to draw on something together. So that requires bandwidth. So to do some of that work, obviously all of us who've been teaching through COVID, through the pandemic, have made, you know, have got certain strategies, certain resources that we use to overcome this difficulty. So having, so getting something from our colleagues about how they are teaching in these kinds of hybrid situations would be really helpful as well, apart from the funding. And then the other thing that I think Dr. Saida mentioned this as well, what we really need is ideas and courses and, you know, input on how to work with students in very difficult situations who are traumatized. You know, for in architecture and planning, you know, the kind of, the impulse is to sort of start thinking about reconstruction, right? Start thinking with the situation that students are already in, which is of course a situation of rebuilding for architecture and planning, but we have to be very careful because asking people to think on the situation that they're in right now might be too difficult. And so I think strategies around that would be really helpful, and also coming from people who've been in these situations before, which is why we're working with Ukrainian and Syrian colleagues and friends to kind of think about, you know, how we approach these difficult situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishat. And I move now to same question for Mahmoud and Shameq. I imagine that your work was so relevant before the 7th October, already was absolutely relevant, and I can imagine how difficult it is to move forward in the current situation, in particular for medical students. Consider that looking at the figures of TESI, the 40% of students are medical that want to continue to study are medical students. In front of this audience, what are the challenges and what we are looking for to succeed with your initiative in Gaza? Shameq, first with you.
Thanks, Marcello. So the barriers are manifold, but I'd start with kind of three. So there's regulatory at an institutional and a national level. There's financial, of course. Many of these students are displaced. Family members or breadwinners may have their source of income destroyed or themselves having been killed. And then logistical, just subsistence, accommodation, travel, and so on. Many have left their homes without any kind of documentation, so the ability to travel is quite challenging as well. Just to give you an example of the, before I pass over to Prof. Mahmoud, of the example of the challenges of institutional, I mentioned the lack of accreditation and prior learning. You can't just transition to another university, hence this extended elective model where you're a visiting student. So really it's asking all medical schools, all universities across the world to open up their doors. This has to be a global effort, as Prof. Mahmoud has said, to take 3, 4, 5 medical students a year to allow them to have that extended elective in your institutions for that 1 year, for that then to be recognized and accredited by their home institutions. The challenge there is with Turkey, for example. So Turkey had very kind of openly, warmly welcomed all Gazan students into their medical schools. The challenge was that there clearly wasn't, the visas weren't forthcoming. So there's a challenge to get visas for these students, for them to come out of Gaza, even if they're out of Gaza, to get visas from Egypt to Turkey. So even though they've got places, technically, they couldn't take those places up. So there needs to be joined up thinking wherever these offers are being made to support from a funding perspective, a travel perspective, a regulatory perspective, from visas and so on, to help these students take up these places if they are being offered by individual institutions.
Mahmoud, from your side?
Yeah, I agree with Shameq. That was one of the problems that we have. But even in Egypt, we have 187 students who are not able to, who are already resident in Egypt, but they're not being allowed to engage in extended electives or clinical placements because of there's no political decision to allow them to do so. So we do need it to be jointly approved politically, and then for the medical schools to provide these placements. We are looking for sponsored placements because in Europe and in America, we've had offers in America, but the problem is bringing a student to America, we could fund 10 students in the Middle East. But the problem in the Middle East is that the political will is not there to allow them to study. So we do need that. We are looking for collaboration with any of the medical schools in Europe, across the world, to support this program, to allow to provide quality assurance and relationships with the medical schools going forward, and to faculty members as well. So we have 295 international faculty volunteers. 150 of them will be delivering actual interactive sessions on a weekly basis. But we have many other committees that will need support, as I said, providing mentorship to these 2,000 students that we've registered with us, recovering of modules that we have been able to recover a lot of the modules that the universities were using, but there are modules that are still missing. So we're looking for academics across Europe to develop modules that will fill the gaps that we have still. So there's a lot to be able to support and help this project to survive. And last but not least is money. Financial support is required. And if anybody knows of any means of acquiring financial support for this project, we will be happy to pursue.
Thanks, Mahmoud. Asmaa, you said from the beginning, day 2. What is your message for day 2, for the students and for Gaza, and also addressing to our colleagues?
Day 2 means hope. And all the students and our colleagues from the academic institutions out there are waiting for hope, which we can, all together, we can draw together. And we make like such an initiative called Gaza Spaces of Hope. And we're actually doing so while the war is onslaught now in Gaza. We initiated some spaces for students which are supported with solar energy just to generate some electricity. And we just tried to collect some laptops in some of the safe areas. And there are no safe areas in Gaza, but we're trying our best just to support them with laptops. And we can just welcome the students out there just to proceed their online courses. The hope is the continuation of the academic process in Gaza. And I believe the academic institutions can all support this by open consortium, making collaborative work, making an open access for library and researchers in Gaza in order to contribute. I believe that you can all together make the change to make the Palestinians have the hope again and again for the second day after war.
Super, many thanks, Asmaa. I think...
Okay.
I don't know if the video is available. Not okay. We have to conclude. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. I think not. But our colleagues are here. Myself, obviously, for what I can do. Let me just conclude saying that we have more than 90,000 students in Gaza. We are trying to reach them, and we already did something. I will engage UNIMED not only to work with Najah in TESI on TESI initiative, but also to coordinate in a way, if possible, to join our colleagues, what they presented today, and many others, to try to have a common initiative and to looking for funding and for international support, in particular from European Commission, but not only, but rebuild the education sector and to guarantee continuation to our students in Gaza, as Asmaa said, is to rebuild hope, independently by the education pattern itself. We don't know when university in Gaza will be able to start again. In a way, they are working. Obviously, the buildings have been totally destroyed, but in a way, they are already cooperating with us. But probably these initiatives should work for the coming 2-3 years. This means that we need to engage all the international community in all the domain, the medical sector, the architecture, the human, social science and humanities, and many others, to support researchers, to support our professor in Gaza, and to support our students, and the new one, those that want to accede to university, because we have also to think also to that students. I thank all the speakers, all the panelists that were with us today online and here with us. Thank you very much for what you are doing. Thank you very much for your engagement. And thanks again to all of us for attention to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our discussions, or continued discussions, because I can hear that the discussions are happening all around us, which is what we're here for today, which is absolutely brilliant. Our next session here is Lessons from Ukraine, and this session will examine lessons learned by defenders of academic freedom and higher education in and or from Ukraine. It is going to be moderated by my great colleague, Dominik Kalweit. Dominik is the program manager of the MSCA for Ukraine program for Scholars at Risk Europe. He was previously Vice Executive Director and Director for Projects and Initiatives of the Maltese non-profit COPIN. Dominik holds a diploma from the University of Augsburg. He has been active in international development, cooperation, education and human rights since 2005. So, Dominik, over to you.
Thanks very much, and good morning, everyone. Also, thanks to our friends and colleagues from Palestine. This was a very moving session, the first one already. And thanks to our colleagues from UNIMED for their incredible work in the Mediterranean. I have no pleasure in putting the spotlight on another crisis. Unfortunately, there are way too many in this world. We will now focus on sustainable knowledge in the context of Ukraine, lessons learned from Ukraine. Just before we start and before I have the pleasure to introduce our panelists, I wanted to put out some figures and facts that put things perhaps a bit in perspective and as food for thought for our continued discussion. We're planning to have a few minutes of Q&A before we close the session. We have 75 minutes in total until 11:45. The recent UNESCO report of March of this year says that over a third of buildings belonging to research institutions in Ukraine have been destroyed or damaged by now. 18 scientific institutions had to be displaced. Some of them cannot continue their work because of the the nature of their research and being place-based. In order to restore public infrastructure in the R&I sector, around about $1.2 billion are needed. Around 1 billion of those for public universities. There was a 48% budget drop for the National Academy of Sciences and a 39% budget drop in salaries for people working with the National Academy of Sciences. Internal displacement has led to remote work for approximately a third of all researchers in Ukraine, and around 10,000 Ukrainian researchers, scientists have been displaced since the beginning of the full-scale invasion on the 24th February of 2022. Of course, the aggressions have started way earlier in 2014, so these statistics relate to the full-scale invasion that started in early 2022. Last but not least, perhaps on the more negative side of things, or on a neutral side, the Deputy Minister of Science, Education and Science of Ukraine, Professor Mikhailo Vinitsky, had asked all Ukrainian scientists and researchers currently displaced to return in a remark in November 2023, and that sparked a lot of debate in the scientific community in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, in the Ukrainian diaspora communities, and also in those communities that are working for Ukraine. Very controversial, of course, in the sense that it is not possible for some, or some do not want to return at this point in time. Perhaps this can be part of the discussion later on today, but I did not want to my early remarks to end on a negative note. We've heard incredible stories of resilience and of resistance and of solidarity yesterday already at the Courage to Think dinner, which were remarkable. We hear these stories time and again in our work with colleagues in Ukraine and those who are displaced from Ukraine, retaining their strong ties to their colleagues, to their institutions, to the students who are still in Ukraine. We hear of excellent programs designed for students from Ukraine that are held outside of Ukraine, for example, at Vilnius University here, by one of the fellows of MSCA for Ukraine. There has been an incredible showcase of solidarity and support in the research and scientific community across Europe and really across the world. Not referring to the scientific community, unfortunately, over the recent months, we've seen a decline overall, I would say, in solidarity efforts. It has been a bit more difficult to discuss continued support and solidarity, and it almost seems like there is an undertone of fatigue, which is very, very saddening to see. But this initial solidarity spark I found fantastic. But what I always thought is that this should have been offered to anybody who's coming to Europe and asks for help, asks for a safe place to live. And unfortunately, for people from many other countries, this is not the case. Europe is increasingly hostile, unfortunately, to people who are seeking protection. With regard to the program that I work for, MSCA for Ukraine, I can say that we've seen that the European Commission has responded at a very fast pace in mobilizing research funding, specifically allocated to researchers from Ukraine, which I think has been an excellent development. And there is a continuation. Many of you have heard probably that soon there will be a global call for researchers who are forced to leave, who are at risk, that will be launched also with the support of the European Commission. And with that, I will leave it and I will introduce our panelists. Perhaps I start online. Anastasia Lutsenko, thank you very much for being with us online. Amongst the many other things that you do, you are an active member of Science at Risk, and I will soon ask you to speak a little bit about that. But before, let me please also introduce you to Dr. Zoriana Boyarska, who is, amongst, again, many other things, a member of the Ukrainian science diaspora and the chairperson of the Ukrainian department of the Lithuanian Scientific Society at Vilnius University. And last but not least, our dear colleague, Dr. Vladimir Petrovich, who is again, amongst the many other things, positive things, the director and co-organizer of the Invisible University of Ukraine at the Central European University. And maybe in a few minutes, Anastasia, could you speak about science at risk and the work that you do in the context of Ukraine?
Yes, thank you so much, Dominik. And I think I can hear myself really well in your speakers in the room. Yeah, is it better now? Oh, okay. I can hear, but it's fine. I will just mute it on my computer for now. So thank you very much for inviting. And yes, it was a great pleasure to accept. And my apologies that it's not possible to be in person. However, I will start a bit with my personal introduction and then about the science at risk. So I'm a scientific coordinator of the project, which is called Academ City of the Kyiv Academic University of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And in our team, we're specializing on science and economics of science. And with this expertise, our team and myself personally, we're working with science at risk and working on studying how the war impacts science in Ukraine, in the universities, in the institutes of the National Academy of Sciences, in the sectoral Academy of Sciences. And we basically focus on 3 stages. So what is happening during the war, what are the predispositions to that, and what are our recovery priorities and how we can meet that. In general, we have published 9 white papers last year, which are open to everyone, and everyone's very welcome to read our white papers because they cover a wide range of topics related to the Ukrainian state science system and its conditions during the war, and it can be found on our official website of the Science at Risk that we do together with Kunst. And basically, this is it, I guess. I won't take more time.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Anastasia. Greatly appreciated. Zoriana, would you want to speak a little bit about the work that the Ukrainian diaspora, scientific diaspora, is engaged in?
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Irina Boyarska, and now I work in the Vilnius University. I have academic position, research fellow. I want to say when I come to Lithuania, first time, like another scientist from Ukraine, we think why I'm in this place, what I can do, and how long. It was like a very important question, and we need sometimes for adaptation and for understanding our place in this process. Because it's very, very important for scientists, it's very important too, because we left our homeland, we stay in this place and must understand what I can help and what I can leave. From this, of course, first it was like for another scientific source research. In my research in Ukraine, I'm gerontologist and physiologist gerontologist, and I had research about physical and mental health. Before it was smart aging system, but in Lithuania I continue my research like physical and mental health during stress. And of course I believe this research can help my country help now, and of course can help after war. And second, of course, like citizens, like person, for me is very important collaboration with another scientists. And when we come to Lithuania, we try like find each other. It was not easy because really when you, for example, I think, okay, I have Facebook, now I can find another scientist, but not, because we have not, we didn't know name and surname, and you can't do write some letter to another university and ask, do you have some people from Ukraine? Because it's like personal date, and it's impossible. But we make this group and in Lithuania, and after we joined for another community, Ukrainian science community, and we try to, and now we are like, I think, much more strong. not like a child in another country. We are strong, and we can help to Ukrainian scientists who stay now in Ukraine. And we make some special collaborations, some special events for Ukrainian scientists. And I think it's like very big progress, because Ukrainian scientists have challenge, had problem before, but now we have like strong to decide this and help. Thank you.
Thank you. Understanding your place, how can you support others who are in Ukraine? And now we're strong, you're saying. Excellent, thank you. Vlado, on to you and your work at the Invisible University of Ukraine at the Central European University.
Thank you so much, Dominik, and greetings to you all from Invisible University for Ukraine, or UFU, which was founded by Central European University immediately after the beginning of all-out invasion. And I'm so privileged to be here to exchange some of the experiences with you. So, in a nutshell, what is it? What is UFU? Central European University, as you well know, was itself an endangered animal. And if we were any luckier at this conference today, we would be discussing the problems of university, which was kicked out from Budapest into Vienna and so on. But so many things had happened from 2019-ish until now that what seemed back then to us as a catastrophe is now basically a joke. When we look at what's happening in Ukraine, when we look at what's happening in Gaza, when we look at what's happening in Sudan, and so on. CEU is also a strange academic animal insofar as almost all of its faculty and students are coming from all around the place. So what we had when the whole out war began was an enormous number of faculty and alumni from Ukraine. And we concluded that we can very quickly mobilize them to do something. We didn't know what. So in that sense, it started as an organic initiative. Nobody knew in spring how the summer will look like. Kharkiv was besieged, the huge column was going on Kyiv. We were all looking at the maps like some haphazard generals to see what will remain of that country actually. And then by late spring, we discovered how to channel our frustration into something academically useful and how to do something which is a time-honored tradition in Eastern Europe. When your government fails you, or in this case, when history fails you, you go under. What you try to do is to save and secure human capital, to continue knowledge production, and to make sure that the educational process is not being disturbed. To that end, we came up with an emergency pedagogical initiative, which we call Invisible University for Ukraine, by which we are able to teach partially online, when we can on-site in Budapest, and also when we can in Lviv, and to issue credits for different types of courses. Those are European accredited credits, which are also convertible in Ukraine as well. If we come to nitty-gritty, I can explain the details and the mechanics of how it works, but basically per semester we offer, say, 7 courses in social sciences and humanities, and we made this call for applications in spring when the war was picking up the pace. We didn't know what is going to happen because Ukrainians needed so many things. One would think that higher education is last on people's minds. And then we got 200 applications, which made us morally obliged to bend backwards to secure something for those students, whichever we could. That repeated over and over again, and now we are in the 6th semester, and we trained over 1,000 students in different ways, transferring a number of credits in cooperation with Ukrainian institutions. So what distinguishes this, I mean, I'm not here to sell you anything, please don't misunderstand me, but what distinguishes this initiative is that it's highly local, if I may say. We teach solely in English, because among other things, I know from personal experience that what Easterners typically need is the way to convey their thoughts and experiences in order to have a legitimate place on the table. They do need academic writing, they do need to understand, they do need to be understood. That's one element. So We teach in English. However, we are employing as many Ukrainian faculty as we can, and we try to employ Ukrainian faculty from Ukraine as well. Not solely because actually it's an initiative by them and for them, and actually it was conceptualized mostly by our invisible rector, Professor Ostap Sereda, and Professor Balázs Trenčenyi of Central European University, but also because we are trying to understand and to convey to the others that the same amount of money takes you much longer way in Dnipro or in Zaporozhye than it takes you in New York or it takes you in Amsterdam, where I came from. So the other element which distinguishes our initiative is that it's enormously cost effective. Our budget is so transparent that even our students know it. We just have, I mean, absolutely nothing to hide. One course costs between $15,000 and $20,000 multiplied by 7. What you get is that in 1 year, we are spending between $450,000 and $600,000 training, again, about 600 students. We rely immensely on support of OSUN, and I would like to credit Alexander Stokovich for being our firm supporter from the beginning of this initiative, that's Open Society University Network, but also from DAAD, which is supporting a number of these courses. The courses are also rolling more or less on their own. It's not a thing that I would make a course and then I would teach something for the whole semester to the students. No, you're curating things in order to bring in as many people as you can, to expose students to as many opinions within reason, and to teach them to engage in an academically minded debate under enormous circumstances. I can tell you many dramatic stories, but I will not in the interest of time. It was a transformative experience for students and for faculty alike. For students, because now they are 1,000, they are self-organized in a sense. They have their own student journal called Visible Ukraine, because now we are trying to make our things as visible. We are trying to make themselves more visible. They became a community almost on the verge of a sect, as I like to say. They meet up, exchange apartments, they do all these things that people in war have to do. And I have to tell you that for faculty, that is not only endearing, but it's really extremely motivating. Just when we finish this conference, I'll be going to summer school, which we organize in Budapest, and with the satellite campus in Lviv. And we have ambition to basically put this education as much nearer to the end user, which is Ukraine in this case, as possible. I would be completely happy to organize the complete school in Lviv as soon as the circumstances are right for that. We also benefited immensely from occasional help of many other institutions. MacArthur Foundation, for instance, paid for one of our winter schools, and I hope this will continue in years to come, because it seems to me that we stumbled across a model. So it's not really that I'm saying this is a great school and we planned it from the beginning. Unfortunately, others planned it for us. But the model has its merits because it allows for this localization. We are trying to convince our Ukrainian counterparts that we are not stealing their best students. On the contrary, that we are putting certain salt over what they already have, and they have a lot. I have had students calling from a bunker. I have gotten an email which I showed to my colleagues at the US, because I also teach or taught at Boston University, of a guy who literally excused himself. He said, look, I am being transported into an undisclosable location, and therefore I will not be able to go to academic English classes. He decided to go to all the other classes. He just couldn't attend academic English. And I think about my students in more fortunate parts of the world, in the Netherlands or in the US, who have such long list of problems, and indeed they are real problems, but really they fade into insignificance in comparison to the situations in these crisis regions. So actually I'm hoping for a debriefing afternoon and over the day, because our ambition is not necessarily to grow and to grow and to grow, but rather to combine forces and to see what of this model can be universalized, so that we, A, don't run from crisis to crisis and therefore basically scramble for meager resources, taking it from one another's, and B, to ensure that we are not aiding brain drain, but that we are actually trying to make it a global debate with the local leg, and promoting a general commonsensical idea that we are all in the same boat. So I apologize for overstepping the time, and I fade into.
Not at all. I'm not timing your contributions, and I found everything that was said was highly significant. And I think the name IUFU is a bit misleading. I think it's very visible, the good work that you're doing at the university. My first question to the panel would be, 2 and 3 years into the war, what are the most significant challenges that displaced researchers from Ukraine are facing? Perhaps Anastasia, would you like to start?
Yes, certainly. And actually, I was listening to Vlado and I realized how common the problems that he had explained in more like this case study approach. And we can, from our side, I can say that it's very, very, very similar to what we find in our research. And I would probably link from the general level of scientists' resilience across the regions, indeed, where the territories are safer, researchers are less affected by life-threatening events, and the level of resilience there is higher, and the type of problems is different. And we have conducted a number of surveys with Ukrainian researchers who are in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, and even within Ukraine, which is constantly bombarded, we can see that, and there's power outages and everything, and we can see that the researchers from the east of the country, they're experiencing, if they are displaced, internally displaced, or displaced outside of Ukraine, they are experiencing a lot more problems compared to those who are residing in their territories where they are, like, for example, in the west of Ukraine. So among those who have been displaced internally or externally, we can say that most of the problems are related to, for example, complete loss of their households, networks, and in general, lack of general understanding, like where they're going. For example, there are researchers and educators from Mariupol who had, some of them, on the first day of the war, they left their apartment going to work and they never went back. Like they left for work, and that's it. Like all their belongings, everything they had is just gone. And everything they had, it was something in their like suitcase, like not suitcase, a bag, which they used to go to work. So those are the scale of the problems that can appear when the full-scale invasion happens. And of course, for those who are in the West, these problems are less traumatizing for them. And then we also talk about such problems as, for example, not everyone was expecting that the war will start, and many researchers are facing financial problems because, of course, there are grants, there is enormous support for researchers from the European Union, less from the United States, what we find in our research, and also what Fabian Waldinger and Ina Ganguly also found in their research that they have published in 2023. And the problem is that the funding is short-term. It's not really possible to have a long-term contract for many reasons, for budget planning within the receiving institutions, because Ukrainian researchers who are male, they are in Ukraine and they cannot work on a contract like full-time. For example, they can do a project, but they cannot be an employee just because of the taxation limitations, because Ukraine is not the part of the European Union, for example. And then it all results in, for those who are displaced, that they have to work to rent their space where they live, which they were not able to do before, or they didn't need to do before because they had their own apartments. Because Ukrainian specifics is that we used to be, and are at the moment, even we are in the war state right now, we used to be a very good satellite for the European Union, and we would receive enough funds to have our own living spaces by the age of 35, for example, or we would inherit it. So the renting apartment for researchers, it would be rather unusual. And right now, the cycle for the researcher is that if you work, you can rent an apartment. And this is not contributing to a very robust research development. It's more contributing to canceling this Maslow pyramid needs, like, which are basic needs, like where do I live, how do I feel safe? So this is not contributing to the research processes. And probably one of the last points is that those who are displaced outside of Ukraine, excuse me, those are female. And our research shows that those are female with 2 kids on average. So when they come either to the European Union institutions or to the North America, they are receiving their salary. but they have to pay insurance, they have to find a place, and they have to make sure they cover the costs for their 2 kids. And it's very expensive. And to have that with a scholarship, or to have that with just a short-term contract, there is no security. And female researchers who are outside, as I said, they are reporting that it's a serious problem for them. It feels like they receive like 3,000 euros, for example, but then if you calculate everything out, they basically have to make sure they have extra job to actually take care of their kids. So I would say these are like some of the comments. I'm sure my colleagues will also comment on something more, but this is what we see in our research.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Anastasia. So the loss of possessions, the uncertainty, the lack of sustainable funding support, and of course, very important also the gender dimension of the challenges that you've just mentioned. So Rihanna, would you like to add to what Anastasia just elicited to?
Yes. Thank you, Anastasia, for your detailed analysis. Really, it's like these challenges we had. And now maybe I want to add about that the name of our section is Lesson from Ukraine. It means we have some lesson, and we had challenge, and we try, and problem, and we try to decide this. And in this Congress, we had discussion about lessons from Afghanistan, lessons from Gaza, lessons from Belarus. It means we have together many lessons. And I believe that in next year, we will not speak about lessons like these hard lessons, and we will speak a much more beautiful and future. From this, maybe I want to share our experience from like what we decide this problem. And of course, first problem for scientists who came to another country was that we lost network and communication. And it's really, if you didn't have this, you don't understand. Sometimes when you're working, you think, okay, I want to have some weekend and don't speak about anything and with nobody. But if you come to another country and you have not nobody in this place, you have not colleagues, you don't know what you can do in this place. And of course, it's networking is very, very important for scientists. And Ukrainian people, just if maybe one times we will check our messages, it's value, I live, value. It's first question. From this, networking is very, very important. And I have a very good experience in Lithuania, because Lithuania had Lithuanian Scientific Society. It's a very big organization, and they invited Ukrainian scientists. It was very good experience, because when we came, we had this structure, and we had colleagues, and these colleagues started to be for us like mentor. And this is very important, but of course, a very good experience, practical experience, I don't know, about networking. It's some projects, this project started in 2022, and these projects project for created Ukrainian science diaspora, and now Ukrainian science diaspora have a special web page, and everybody can open this web page and look in another country and find colleagues in this country, and very successful community. And for example, now we have I check in the website, Poland, France, Luxembourg, Sweden, the Netherlands, Germany, Finland, Austria, Portugal, Brazil, Czech Republic, and of course Lithuania. I wanted another country, for example, from Afghanistan, from another country, scientists. I don't know, maybe you have this, but if you don't have, please, it's very good experience because we can very easy to find each other. And for example, if I think about some projects, I can open, I can call, I can find. If I go into, I don't know, Zurich, I can find my colleagues now, very easy. But when was started, we have not this. And we didn't ready to working together. And many, for example, before war, many universities have like agreement about collaboration with another university from Europe. But it's not mean that every time we have networks and conference together and know each other together, like face to face. Just we have paper, we collaborated, but now we have like really collaboration, and it's very, very important. Second challenge that I want to explain, and of course, cultural and language barriers. For us, it's really difficult. Why? Because Ukraine, of course, we know English before, but we didn't use English language like every day. And of course, many scientists can't to speak really, and it's like language barrier is very, very important. And for example, today I'm thinking, oh, I have problem. I have problem not about I don't want to say some things, and I understand what I can say, and I want. It's my dream, but I afraid, I scared about maybe I can answer, can understand this answer, and every time, so of course, every scientist must to learn language. But about this problem, many countries open house, open door for Ukrainian scientists, and they give like a special weekend, not weekend, but we can work without a certificate about local language. For example, Lithuanian language. When we come, we started learn Lithuanian language, and just only 2 years later now, me and our scientists have special letter from migration department about we must to go to this exam about Lithuanian language B1. It's very good for scientists who come to another country, and it's time like give chance to do this. From this, I want to say this. Thanks so much, Lithuanian and another country who make this like special conditions for Ukrainian science. And of course, yesterday, I saw 26th of June, the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, he signed a special law about official English, like official language for international community in Ukraine, in country. It's will be a very good chance for another people, because it means we will have many courses and possibilities to learn a language. It's not for Ukrainian, it didn't be a problem, but I know it was problem for another scientists or another people who relocated. It's about visa and about permission for living in this country, because of course, thank for European society that Ukrainian scientists had not this problem, and it's very, very good like possibility. And yes, I agree about financial difficulties. Ukrainian scientists now in this place and can't explain maybe in our workshops, because many scholars left homeland like only with backpack and had just only some, I don't know, suits and not suits, something for dress and laptop. It's a very important laptop. But for example, my laptop go down 3 times and I came to Lithuania without laptop. It's my crisis. Okay, and financial difficulty is very important. And when our scientists came to another country, of course, first must to find job. And after that, not after that, it was very difficult first time. But in Lithuania, again, it's lesson. It's mean, I think, why I have not this in my country. And I'm sure that, for example, now our Ukrainian science diaspora will speak about our Ukrainian business about this structure. Because, for example, Lithuania have, since 2019 year, have a special fund. Its foundation is Marius Jakulis Jason Foundation. Its foundation help scientists who want stay or stay, live and work in Lithuania and make some things for grow economics in Lithuania. And business give this money for scientists. It's very important because, of course, who came, for example, to Lithuania can have like small start. And this foundation helping Ukrainian scientists in Lithuania, and they give 13 grants, special for half a year. And it was very, very big support, financial support. And I think that now we speak about that Ukrainian science and people who stay abroad must need and want come back to Ukraine, but must be some things that can help these people. Because many people have not a house and must come back, and many science, for example, lose job. And it's important. From this like in Ukraine, I think it's very important to make special foundation for support Ukrainian scientists who come back to Ukraine. And okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Zoriana. I found very interesting what you said in the beginning, the need to connect, and that has gotten a little bit better over time, and you have developed strategies to create these connections, which is really interesting. Just a word on the visa that you had mentioned, which is the temporary protection directive is there and has just been extended for Ukrainians until March 2026, and is of course great, but the word temporary implies that this is not a sustainable solution. And the civil society organizations, research institutions have asked for more stability and a clarity. What happens after? Do we get another extension? What will happen after? And this can have an impact on, for example, researchers seeking employment, right? What if employment contracts are asking for a period longer than the protection is there? And that can pose challenges. Of course. So it's important that in that context of TPD, of the Temporary Protection Directive, there's clarification of, we are not sure whether this can be extended because of the uncertainty of the duration of the ongoing conflict, but what happens after TPD? And what happens to those who perhaps want to stay because they have settled? Because we are already 2 years and 4 months into the war today. In the interest of time, I would like to move to the next question, probably the last question that I can pose to the panel before we go into a brief Q&A. I would like to speak briefly about policy recommendations. Of course, those of you who have followed the discussions in the R&I sector in Ukraine have noticed that it has been ongoing already for a while, and really and truly already before the full-scale invasion there was a lively discussion about what kind of policy reforms are needed in Ukraine to renew or to renovate, if you like, the research and innovation sector in Ukraine. And there are many scientists, young and old, who have had very valid contributions on that topic over the last years. Looking at policy recommendations to strengthen academic resilience in crisis situations in Ukraine, and perhaps with some lessons that can be transferred to other crisis situations. Would you have any to make, Vlado?
Thank you so much. I mean, I don't feel comfortable offering advices to anybody about anything, but I can convey what I learned from the Ukrainians. The war itself brought about quite a lot of innovation. I had never seen so many people active trying to survive, and I don't mean only physically, but psychologically and academically and intellectually, than I did in spring and summer of 22 in Ukraine. A lot of things that otherwise exist in our lives, over-bureaucratization, red tapes, pointless meetings, and so on, that was not there. What was there was willingness to cooperate around the same goal. And we managed, for instance, to cut the red tape for credits issued by CEU to be recognized by the Ivan Franko National University and by UKU in Lviv, and then by osmosis by other Ukrainian institutions very quickly. So my advice is always to listen to the to the end user, in this case Ukrainian academics, in which you have trust and whom you know they will make the best call. For instance, at some point we started fundraising. It was, I think, April or so, and there were all sorts of ideas how to help, how to direct the money and whatnot. And then finally somebody posed the question, okay, so let's ask our colleagues what do they need, and they needed heaters. For the life of me, I wouldn't imagine that they need heaters in April, but they just needed it. So ultimately, we send them the money to buy heaters. Now, sending money in Ukraine is not such an easy thing as one would imagine, and I really hear colleagues from Belarus from yesterday. It is a problematic thing, but sometimes one has to do what one has to do. What we as academics always have is trust, and it's not an empty phrase, it's really a capital. So I vouch for transfer of that money with my honor and with my name and with my contacts. And sometimes it makes perfect sense to bypass otherwise extremely slow systems. I can't tell you how much it pains me to assemble people in Ukraine, to assemble the students. They are all lined up. Everything is supposed to begin, and then everything is coming, a part of research scholarships for the students because of certain procedures lost in translation between Germany, Austria, and Hungary. So it's a major failure from our side because it's only the bureaucratic element that we need to deal with. And that would be my utmost, if you wish, policy recommendation, to understand that, that it can happen everywhere, unfortunately. They are parading me to my Ukrainian students because I had been through a couple of wars as a sort of an example that wars are survivable intellectually and so on and so forth, and it is, but in my time, I could have always went from former Yugoslavia elsewhere where there was a semblance of normalcy. The problem is now that you have nowhere to emigrate, actually. Who knows what's going to happen in 2025 and so on. And so if there was ever a time to look at the problems as if they are our own, because they are, the time is now. And then all the policies should be embedded in that philosophy.
Thank you. Thanks, Vlado. Faster response mechanisms. Do away with bureaucracy. That is what I heard. Anastasia, would you like to add to what Vlado spoke to?
Yes, certainly. Certainly, because my broader research interests are actually on resilience of scientific systems and Ukraine-EU integration processes, and I would like to shed light from that perspective, maybe more on a system level, that first of all, ensuring resilience is crucial and important, and if we learn about the lessons from, for example, ecology, ecosystems that are isolated and not diverse are not able to adapt and be resilient in the long term. So for our science system and education system, or higher education system, we have to ensure diversity of actors, easiness to enter and exit the system, easiness of the integration of the system into the European Union area, especially when we talk about, like, we have the war right now, we see what's happening, we have to understand that if we lose the territories now, the war will continue and will go on, and we need to understand how we keep track of high performance of the researchers during this time. Hopefully, of course, we all believe that we will regain our territories, but in crisis management, we need to make sure that we have plan A, plan B, and plan C, and if the plan B is there and we lose the territories, we have to understand that our science system should be as strong as it was before, because what we experience right now with the invasion, if there was a chance to show the slides, I would show you that the researchers are slowly migrating from the east and Crimea to the west of the country. So we don't want to lose the territories in terms of distribution of researchers on those territories, because then we won't be able to regain our economic strength in those territories as soon as possible. So I would suggest to look into this systematic overview of how to make sure that the researchers are staying in Ukraine. There are enough conditions for to meet their requirements, so they are feeling safe and they're willing to work in Ukraine in terms of, well, safety, funding, opportunities, international collaborations, and so on and so on. And of course, what we see, especially with those universities and research institutions that have been displaced once in 2014 or twice in 2014 and 2022, or only in 2022, that those which were not digitalized in their activities, they've lost everything and they had to start from scratch. And that was devastating because they've lost all their documentation, all the diplomas, all the accreditation papers. And that basically meant to start everything building from the first block. And this is what means, I mean, it leads to a lot of time losses, and this is what we cannot allow ourselves when we are under constant threat for survival. So I would say this is what I would look at, but it's more like, as you said, Dominik, more like adding to what Vlado has said.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much, Anastasia. The diversification of actors and the integration to the European research area, this stronger and more systemic support for researchers, specifically from areas more affected, so that we don't weaken those areas if and once they are under Ukrainian control again and can restart the scientific work in those areas. Thanks very much for those recommendations. Zoriana, looking ahead, what do you think are the key research priorities for Ukrainian researchers in the context of recovery and in the context of rebuilding?
It's a very emotional for us question, really, because when I prepare to go to this Congress, I ask my colleagues about research. What happened now, and which research is very important for Ukraine. And of course, now we have many projects between European University and Ukrainian University. It's very important for collaboration, and you know, Ukraine now have very, very big experience, and its experience can be share to European colleagues, really. For example, our psychology school. Of course, its psychology school is very, very like strong, and have very big practice. And now our colleagues from Ukraine want to find some call and grant about with cooperation with Ukrainian science who stay in Europe, for example, and another side, Ukrainian science who stay now in Ukraine. Because with this cooperation, we can make very good research. Like this. Okay, and now, for example, we have our participants and our Ukrainian scientists have a very big project with Warsaw School of Economics, and 10 universities from Europe, and 5 universities, Ukrainian university. And in this university, like Kiev Economic University and Vasily Donetsk University, that's 5 universities. And they work together about, with program like Erasmus Plus, and with students and scientists mobility. very like one geography, and another, and these projects peace and mobility, and these projects with cooperations from Zaporizhia. It's Ukraine Zaporizhia National University, and Germany, and Milan, Italy. And this project's about peace and mobility. Very important, like what focusing on migration studies and peace building. And we are ready to do this like new focus in research now and work.
Thanks very much. Yes, Vlada.
Sorry, I did come up with some policy recommendations in the meanwhile. It's not my genre, but still. It's not for Ukrainians. They will do whatever it takes to survive and to win. It's for those who want to help. If possible, be as transparent as you can with how money is allocated. Red Cross had huge successes, Save the Children had huge successes in trying to explain to people how much of that money goes into overheads and how much of that money is put to end use and to which end use. That helps a lot if you are fundraising, especially in a crowdsourced way. I know, I don't know if it's a popular advice or not, but I'm sure it's sound. And the other one is to understand that the war is a situation in which one has to be flexible. One has to have a margin of 10% for all sorts of unpredictabilities. That's just what it is. If you pretend that you don't have it, then you might not help somebody who is in dire need, and that needs to be spelled out. Otherwise, again, and thirdly, since I'm dealing mostly with students and not with colleagues, academics so much, being flexible vis-a-vis what you offer to them. I will give you an example. All of our courses are not even but transdisciplinary. We don't teach history or philosophy. We teach symbolic geography, for instance, as a mean to understand the world and whatnot. Then we understood the students want to be ambassadors. They understand that via facti, they are called here and there to speak about things. They feel obliged to speak when they're called upon, but they are not trained to be cultural diplomats, right? So we offer a course in cultural diplomacy where we bring people to help them train for real-life situations that are coming their way and so on. But it would never occur to me. I don't even know what cultural diplomacy is. It came from below, let's put it that way. So hearing for the voices of those who need us and yeah, being very transparent about the money.
I think those are actually excellent policy recommendations. I think we can now open the floor for questions, answers, comments, if there are any. Yes. Do we have, yeah, we have a microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Dmitry Dobrovsky, Charles University, Prague. I just have my question for those who left Ukraine because seeking the shelter. What is your attitudes and what is the policy recommendations to those who left? I mean, in the occupied territory. Because currently, as Ukraine, as far as I understand, this is the special law against the collaborators. And my direct question is, do you consider them who left and teach in current occupied territories in the universities as a collaborators? Thank you.
Now, I don't know if there are also others in the room who would be interested in answering this. Soriana, Anastasia, would you have a response? Yes, Anastasia.
Yes, I would like to, because this one was one of the questions we have in the interviews that when we talk and to those who have been displaced, and it's a very important topic because it's also a very ethical topic, because there is no black and white. We understand that everything's radicalized right now. I'm not trying to explain that there is right or wrong way to do, but I'm just translating what I hear when I talk to the respondents. What they say is that they are trying to solve these problems on an individual basis, and if it's a pure collaboration and a betrayal of Ukraine, of course, then the special security services are taking care of those cases and are searching for information on such collaborators that are staying in the occupied territories willingly to work there and integrate into the new reality. But there is also understanding that in some cases people are trapped because their family members there, their elderly who cannot walk and cannot leave are there, their children are there, and they can be kidnapped and they won't see them forever, and they have to choose to be there. Because in our interviews I've heard some answers where it was clearly said, you either collaborate or you walk on the minefields. You either collaborate or we take care of your kids and you will never see them again. So it really depends on the conditions, and it's really, really hard to say this is the answer. Like in some cases, as I said before, the security services are taking care of that. In some other cases, it's just understanding that the human life is the priority #1. So I would say this is the answer. At least this is what I hear from the respondents when I talk to them.
Thanks very much, Anastasia. Other questions or comments in the room? Yes.
Thank you. You've already touched upon the question of recovery. In a way, of course, it is strange to talk about recovery in the situation of war, but still, do you also see chances in the fact that, of course, Ukraine now needs a lot of support, also in the sphere of science and education, and what kind of reforms should there be in the context of recovery, and to what extent would that also need international support? This is one question, and the other one is the situation for male scholars, of course, is especially difficult now since they are also not allowed to leave the country. Do you think there should be special programs for them now?
Soriana, would you like to answer?
Yes. I think that like first task for recovery in Ukraine, it's development human capital, because now in Ukraine have like demographic crisis. We understand that many young people died in the war, but many millions, like 7 million now, Ukrainian people go abroad from Ukraine, and it's young women and kids. And from this, for Ukrainian, very important to have people again and have this human capital. And of course, it's human capital, it's healthy people, physical and mental healthy people. From this support can be some project and grant that for developing this topic. Next, of course, these people must like live in some normal place. It's very important to development infrastructure, Ukrainian infrastructure and cities. And in this case, I'm not sure can I say or not, but because really it's like make me some crazy, because it's fact, and our statistics now said that in Ukraine 120,000 people who was delocated from East Ukraine to West Ukraine and Central Ukraine come back in the East. What it mean? It means people go from war, but after stay in our country, come back again. Homeland. Why? Because financial support for in Ukraine, financial support for one person, delocated person, it means 50 euro for month. And give me answer what these people can live. what we can do. And they located again because have to homeland, because have home and have some maybe old job, yes, and it's very big tragedy, really. From this, I think like we need people and we need place for these people. It means like we need development infrastructure and city, maybe smart city, maybe like we need think about this project, and we need to help these people, because it's when I ask our colleagues from in Ukraine now and in our society about some problem, yes, financial support, yes, maybe 70% said about financial support because it's important. Yes, we can work, we want work, but give us this work. Yes, in Ukraine, like same, because for example, I was like an associated professor, but now I come back in Ukraine, but I have not this job, this position, academic position. Why? Because we have not this student. Because our university, like many universities close. Because students go abroad again. Because many students now in the war. And this is a very big problem. And from this, I said before about it, if scientists come back to Ukraine, in Ukraine, and Ukrainian business must to make something for these people. Then, sorry, okay. Thank you.
There's absolutely no need to apologize, and thanks very much for sharing. There was also your second question on the need for special programs for those who are not allowed to leave, where you're referring specifically to Ukrainian men at drafting age, those up to 60 years of age who are not allowed to leave, other than through special permission for short term. Would anyone like to answer to that?
Maybe I can extend on that, since we have been discussing this in our teams extensively, is that, as I mentioned before, the major problem is that it's virtually impossible to work in the European Union online. There needs to be physical presence as a tax resident. Ukraine is not a part of the European Union right now. Therefore, for those who are dragged in Ukraine for any reason, either they cannot find a job in the European Union, or they cannot travel because of the war-related limitations, there needs to be an opportunity to find a contract, let's say in a virtual institution or in a digital environment where researchers can contribute their knowledge and get sustainable and stable income. Because again, what researchers are experiencing in Ukraine right now is that to apply for funds, for funding, it also takes time. If we take into account everything what the Ukrainian researcher is experiencing right now, there is significantly less hours researchers can spend on something, so they would more spend time on their research and publications rather than on funding, which is not common in Ukraine. Ukraine is about 60% of Ukrainian science is subsidized by the state. So the side effect of this is that the researchers in general are not well trained to look for funding by themselves, as it would be common in the European Union or in the North America. So it ends up being a loop, that lack of training to get funding, lack of time for that, and therefore less funding that they can allocate to their research. And this results in like this spiral which is impossible to walk away from. And I would say that if there were more instruments to actually make sure that the Ukrainian researchers can work in the European Union based in Ukraine, that would be very, very helpful.
Thank you very much. Yes, who was first? Alexander, and then Ross.
Thank you very much to the speakers, really inspiring and always worrying stories and examples. There's a couple of things I just want to reflect on, and I would like to start with what Dominik said in the introductory remarks about Ukraine, the perceived or actual pressure from the Ukrainian government, from the Ministry of Education, for the scholars to return. It is perhaps not counterintuitive, but it's definitely counterproductive. And I think our best response, and by our, I mean everyone, including Ukrainians abroad, including all the organizations supporting them, institutions supporting them, our best response would be to not just to argue against this or to take this up as a call to action and start modifying the conditions of our different support programs to please the Ukrainian Ministry of Education. Again, I mean, it's a much longer discussion of the reasons of that, but I think we should be prepared and we should all be working towards demonstrating how these initiatives, how these scholars benefit in the most direct ways, scholars and students in Ukraine, how they are networked and connected among themselves, working together towards building the narratives, building networks, building advocacy and projects for the post-war. And I also want, you know, the Invisible University for Ukraine, one of the programs which I think is extremely powerful, empowering for the students, but also helps us build this narrative or example of the benefit of projects like this for Ukraine, in Ukraine, is we give small research grants to the students. Quite a lot of students receive this kind of support. These are, you know, small, between 400 and 800 euros for a project, but the project, and we also encourage, of course, collaborative projects where students from inside Ukraine and students displaced outside, also students within Ukraine, but from different geographies. These projects are focused on precisely the issues of, you know, returning to democracy, post-martial law, documenting war crimes, discussing instruments of transitional justice that we will all need to put in place. So we put the students in sort of the shoes of researchers and policymakers through these projects. And I think this is something that we very much hope that will be used by various organizations within and outside Ukraine in the EU accession talks, et cetera, et cetera. And I also want to go to what Zoriana said about Ukrainians outside, now in Europe, connecting to scholars in similar situations from different parts of the world, especially from the global south. We all know that Ukraine is not doing great in terms of its sort of diplomacy, messaging, advocacy in the global south, and there are many different historical explanations to that, you know, how the whole world of diplomacy works. But I think it is really, really crucial for Ukrainians now to connect to these scholars and, you know, learn, exchange understanding and share the understanding that we are in a very common situation, and learn resilience and solutions, possible solutions from all these different parts of the world. And just one last thing on collaborators. I think Dima has left. Just to say this anyway, there are over 7 million people in Ukraine who live in the occupied territories. I don't think how anyone can imagine that we would summarily be considering all of them collaborators. There is a very clear definition of collaborators in the Ukrainian law, and there are very clear measures to address these individuals. And again, as it was said, the war did not start in 2022. There was the occupation of the annexation of the Crimea, occupation of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. There are a lot of people who were there at that time, who are still there, and who are still doing tremendously important and ever more dangerous work for the future of Ukraine and for the return of those territories to sort of in the fold of democratic, prosperous Ukrainian nation, and we will never abandon them.
Thanks very much, Alexander. We have 1 minute left, and I pass. Sorry, we need the microphone here, please.
My name is Rostislav Chaika. I am lecturing at Ukraine Tavrida Vernadsky University. This university which was relocated from Crimea to Kiev, Ukraine. And my question is about your thoughts how could we bring more students from occupied territories, from Crimea, from Donetsk, Luhansk occupied territories, maybe from diaspora in Russia, to help them keep ties in Ukraine and to study in Ukrainian universities. Maybe Vladimir have some students, and it will be interesting how they handle admission process and other issues. Maybe Anastasia have some researchers about this. I also know Zoriana is from Donetsk University, so it would be interesting to hear your thoughts.
So, sorry, we need to have a very brief answer to this because we need to close, I'm afraid. There's coffee waiting and then the 12 o'clock sessions, but we will continue this discussion at 12 o'clock. There's a workshop in the Mayor's Hall that continues the discussion on Ukraine for those interested.
That being said, literally in 2 sentences, and I speak only for myself, not any of the institutions I was talking about, that would be my dream, to create a system by which access to education could be provided in so many different points. I would be happy to use my Serbian passport even to enter Russia through the back door and to see what can be done in a semi-clandestine way in order to understand what the hell is happening there and where are all those well-intended people and so on. That would be the topic for 12 o'clock if you want to join us exactly to discuss how to globalize the initiative without losing the local flavor, because unfortunately every crisis is very unique. It needs very careful chaperones who understand what's happening, who are able to map it out and to understand who is the real deal and who is touch and go type of a partner. So we really need the former.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anastasia, for joining us online. Thank you, Zoriana. Thank you, Vlado. Thanks very much.
I just want to echo Dominik's thanks to all of the panel for everything that you're doing to be sure that education is not disturbed and for academic freedom. And thank you to Dominik for your moderation of this discussion. We will now go to a break, a short break, I'm afraid. We are returning at 12 o'clock for the next sessions. There will be a session in this room on lessons from the United States. And if any panelists are in the room, I'd encourage you to please come back a little bit early so that we can set up and we're ready to go at 12. And then we will move on into our closing ceremony after that. Thank you very much.
Generally, the way that the West has responded and Western educators have responded to this, what really is obviously a historic mass killing event. I don't know if you want to use the word genocide or not. It will be something that appalls generations that come after us. And for me at this moment, the real lesson is just thinking about how easy it has been for us to sort of slide into a response that we would judge extremely harshly of our ancestors or people who came before us. Just to cover a few statistics, at the beginning of April, 70,000 tons of explosives have been dropped on targets throughout the 25-mile-long Gaza Strip. More tonnage than was dropped by Germany on London and by America and the United Kingdom on Dresden and Hamburg in World War II combined. The death statistic is 37,658 dead, more than 86,000 injured. We know that that is extremely undercounted. Save the Children has issued a report estimating that as many as 21,000 children are trapped beneath rubble, detained, buried in unmarked graves, or lost from their families, or forcibly disappeared. I think that there's a kind of a stain of shame that we're dealing with here, and the university system, the liberal arts, as Ian Bickford mentioned last night, the very definition is the practice of freedom, and the practice of freedom has been curtailed. The freedom of expression, there's been an inability for people to express their opinions on this, their disgust really, without fear of losing their jobs. Faculty have been silenced, students have been doxxed, university presidents have been hauled down to Washington for show trials, orchestrated by Republicans looking to curry favor with the presidential candidate or with their donors. And things that have happened on the university campuses, some of them silencing dissent by blacklisting students from potential jobs, again, not by the faculty, but by donors, by outsiders, or universities choosing to call in police, as everybody has seen on television probably, or just more quietly doing things like kicking out the Palestinian organizations on campus. So with that as preamble, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel. To my immediate right is Lisa Anderson. Lisa Anderson is a special lecturer and James T. Shotwell Professor of International Relations Emerita at the Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Dr. Anderson served as president of the American University in Cairo for 5 years, from 2011 to 2016. And next to her, and all of these women have very long resumes and lists of things that they've done, so I'm curtailing them to get through because we have to get to our subject. Directly to her right is Melanie Anderson. Dr. Anderson's an associate professor at Carleton, chair in teaching innovation, and her research focuses on the question of rights of minorities in religiously, ethnically, and culturally diverse societies. Most recently, she has looked at these questions in light of the debate around religious symbols in public schools in France. And she has a forthcoming book, Risking Religious Freedom, France, the Veil, and the Right to Act on Faith. And down at the end is Jane Newman. Dr. Newman is a professor of comparative literature at the School of Humanities at the University of California, Irvine. She's an author and a professor. Her primary fields are Renaissance and early modern English, French, German, Italian, and Neo-Latin literature and culture. She's also won a Fulbright, Guggenheim, Humboldt, and many other awards. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, panelists, for getting prepared earlier this morning. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to try to keep this within the time frame, and I'm going to not cut you off, but we're going to stay within 10 minutes, so just keep that in mind. We're going to keep every topic we'll have 10 minutes to go through, and we'll try to open it to the audience with at least a half hour for discussion. We're going to keep to that. So, because we want to know what you all want to know. So we're going to start with Lisa and Jane are from different coasts. Lisa's on the East Coast, where we're from New York. Jane's on the West Coast. We talked a little bit about how geography doesn't matter that much now with the internet and so on, but there were events that occurred at your two institutions that I'd like you to sort of address and talk about how the narrative maybe was correct in the media, the coverage of what happened at Columbia and at the UC universities in terms of the protests. So, Lisa, would you like to take it from there?
Let me start by, first of all, thanking all of you, thanking the panelists, thanking SAR for putting us all in the same room at the same time, and remarking that both in thinking about lessons from the United States compared to lessons from other parts of the world, and in thinking about particular universities, I'll be talking about Columbia a little bit compared to other universities in the United States, Tolstoy's reminder is worth keeping in mind. All happy families are alike, and all unhappy families are unhappy in its own way. So Columbia is unhappy in its own way compared to other parts of the United States. And the United States is currently unhappy in its own ways. So I think it's important to keep in mind that one of the things we're going to be trying to do is sort of identify some of the specificities. I think, so Columbia is a major American research university. It's private. It's one of the oldest universities in the United States, having been established in 1754, before the United States itself was established. And it thinks of history as particularly important. So the reaction to October 7th on campus was actually very quick and very early, quite vexed and contentious. One of the things that was surprising, and Nina asked us to reflect a little bit on whether we were surprised by what happened on our respective campuses, was what surprised me was not that this was going to be contentious. My professional background is as a political scientist who works on the Middle East. So of course I'm accustomed to contention, both in the region and about the region. So that didn't surprise me. But what did surprise me was how quickly the university sort of broke and fell into shards, if you will, as people began to think of themselves not as members of a common enterprise, but as stakeholders. So they thought of themselves as having an interest in what the university was doing that was somewhat independent of the interests of the university as a whole. So very quickly, employers said that they didn't want to employ some of the students who had been in the protests. And donors decided that they didn't want to be funding the university. Students obviously felt that they needed more education and more attention than they were getting from the university itself, and so forth and so on. Faculty felt, I think, legitimately that they had not been consulted enough about what the university administration was going to do and so forth. So there was a very quick and quite deep disaggregation of what should have been a community of learning and thinking and debating and so forth and so on. The debate part of the experience was pretty attenuated. So that's probably what surprised me the most. I'll say one other thing that surprised me, and this is more about me than about the university. When I was the president of the American University in Cairo, it was during the revolutions in Egypt and so forth, and one of the inevitable things that happened is the students took over the campus because all of the universities in Egypt were taken over by the students for various reasons that I can explain. In any event, the students took over the campus of the American University in Cairo, so the emergency management team of senior administrators would meet every morning and try and decide what to do about the fact that we had no campus to have access to. Classes were stopped, everything was on hold. And two things I thought were sort of amusing about that time was that because we're an American university, even though we're in Egypt, we needed to make sure we had enough contact hours for the semester, or we would lose our accreditation. So this wasn't something that the revolutionaries cared about very much, but I cared about contact hours. So very kind of counting the minutes. But the other thing is that many of the administrators in Egypt at AUC are Egyptian, and then there are people, Europeans and Americans and so forth. So we'd go around the table every morning and say, what should we do? And somebody would always say we should call the police. And I always said what I firmly believed at the time, which was American universities don't call the police on campus. And we didn't call the police, and we negotiated our way through this, and just on the verge of losing the accreditation. We had the last contact hour and we met and so forth. So it was in a sense, it was a successful outcome. But I then came back to the United States the semester that the UC Davis president had the students pepper sprayed. And that was the beginning of my realization that my assumption that American University don't call the police was wrong. To see Columbia's campus with riot police filming themselves for a promotional video on how they were going to address terrorism was terrifying.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lisa. It's a sort of a great segue. I just want to mention that my introduction is that I'm a sort of a scholarly nerd. And that's fine, you know, I've owned that I'm a scholarly nerd, but also that there are deep, deep parallels and origins of issues of university autonomy that come out of the earlier periods. And so I think that comparative thinking, and this will come up a little bit later in our session, I think that comparative thinking both chronologically and geographically is very important as we address a lot of these situations. None of this is recent. I think we're you know, thinking that these questions of university autonomy and so on are recent things. They're not. There's a very long history, right, of the university sort of struggling to have autonomy. So the question was posed about the differing geographies of the East and the West. You know, the United States is a very large country, right? Lisa was focused on the East Coast, on the Columbia situation. I'm in California, totally other coast, right? In a state-funded school, or allegedly state-funded school, right? With the state having eviscerated the budget for higher education in California for many, many years. And so, you know, the question would be, were there differences between private universities and public universities, state-funded universities? You know, did it, in a very, both of these states are very blue states, actually, very sort of allegedly progressive states, right? So that's actually creating similarities. And it turns out that there are more similarities between the public and the privates in this particular situation than we are usually given to think. That being said, I was I don't think I was terribly shocked at what happened, both at my own university, which is UC Irvine, that's a little bit south of Los Angeles, but the more publicly available issue was the UCLA event that many of you perhaps saw images of, that the campus police stood by and let the encampment students be beaten up by external actors for 3 hours before anybody intervened. And so, you know, it was a kind of a shocking thing. And I was actually in residence on the East Coast when this was all happening on the West Coast at my university, but I was watching it being live streamed as riot police came into the campus, full garb, right, and started attacking, you know, a student encampment, maybe of about 100 students, right? And just massive, massive numbers of cops. Interestingly, the mayor of this city of Irvine, where the University of California, Irvine is located, told her police force to stand down, that she would not let the police come onto the campus, the local mayor, right? So that the university administration had to call 19 police forces, you know, in order to find some people to show up. Right? So they went to sort of extraordinary measures, I guess, is what I'm saying, you know, to have this response, all in the issue of what is allegedly called campus safety, all right? And there was really no direct threat. In fact, there were, on my campus at UC Irvine, there was no direct threat to anything. Students did not occupy buildings. They went up onto a balcony to hang a banner. And that was actually sent out, blasted out to the university campus. Stay away from this area. There is unrest and chaos, danger, right? So the narrative was created, right, that then allowed this response. And that's one of the things I'm quite interested in, is who creates the narratives about what is going on in the United States and why these narratives have become so frozen. Who is the agent behind the freezing of these narratives? Who are interested in, for example, taking aim at an elite university like Columbia. Why is it that Columbia was all over all of the media, right? It's because it's an elite leading university. So there are forces that are interested in taking down those kinds of institutions, right? There were other things happening in New York at the time. There were other things happening across the country at the time, right, at different kinds of universities. But there was really only one kind. So I would say, in my kind of teacherly pedagogical moment, that a lesson to take away from this is to ask who controls the narrative, right, about these things. I'm quite interested in what happened on the ground, right, but also who gets to sort of call the shots in the narrative. And we saw these show trials, I think, Nina, you called them show trials, in Washington. Who gets to say that that's what's going on, right? And that's the main thing. So I would tell my students in a classroom trying to analyze this phenomenon of these encampments and the responses as, look at the structures, the media structures, right? Who are sort of behind this kind of thing.
Jane, thanks. We're going to move to the next topic.
Okay, very
but
good.
You can keep going. Yes.
Good.
Oh, weigh in, Melanie. Sorry.
So I'm here last minute to have some sort of Canadian perspective, except I can't obviously represent Canada adequately. I'm not sure if it's symbolic that I'm sitting between you two here on stage. But I think for me, what I just wanted to add at this moment is this question of discomfort and disruption that has occurred at many of our campuses. And in Canada, we have also had upwards of 15, 20 encampments, and we currently have about 9 running. Discomfort and disruption, as my colleague Richard Moon has argued, do not equate to illegality. And I think we have this idea these days that universities should be comfortable. They should be comfortable psychologically, intellectually, physically, and while they should be safe physically, etc., they shouldn't be comfortable. We should be questioning. And so for my part, having not witnessed over the duration of my career a student protest of this size and scale and thoughtfulness, I welcome it because I welcome the discomfort on my campus. And I support the protesters that are currently ongoing and that are seeking changes in their communities and the wider world and connecting those concepts. So, small.
Thank you, Melanie. We can get back to some of these issues, but I'm trying to keep the program moving forward. The next question I have, and again, everybody should just jump in on this one, is, the title of this is, or the subtitle was, "Is the U.S. exporting a bad model?" And that kind of presumes that we did at some point export a good model. And so I just want to throw this open to the panelists. In what ways did the U.S. Has the U.S. university system exported a good model or been a role model? And certainly it has in some ways, but and what has happened to that model?
I think maybe I'll start.
Jump on in.
Yeah, that the history of academic freedom in the United States is very short. Actually, we have a very young tradition of that. The American Association of University Professors was founded in 1915, just a little over a century ago. And when you think that the University of Bologna was founded in 900, you think, the US system of education is a young thing, right? But since its beginning, it has been a place of contest and struggle over who actually controls the narrative. And so I just want to bring that in, is that, this kind of, again, rhetoric of recentness and so on, right? To me is, one would want to contextualize that in a chronology of academic freedom, whether we had it, and what was the version, the kind of ideologically tainted version, if you will, of academic freedom having existed in the United States to be exported. It's based on a kind of a thin knowledge of the history of the academy in the US. And so I would say to my students, if I were asking them to analyze these recent events, let's do a little bit of work on the history of higher education in the United States, its beginnings really as a kind of as theological in the 17th century, the 17th and 18th century, the theological places of study that then became secularized. Then after the Civil War, they became, there was a lot of federal funding for so-called land-grant public universities, in which the land on those universities were founded on was taken away from the Native Americans and used to create institutions of democratic higher learning. Let's think about that right? Let's think about the fact that my particular university was founded in the 1960s, another kind of moment, and the architectural design of my university is a circle with a park in the middle, with the administration buildings on the on the outskirts, in order to prevent there being a place where students could gather, right, to protest things at the central administration building. Okay, and that was a kind of a deliberate design, right? So when you begin to think about the longer history of how higher education sort of emerged in the United States, I'd say we'd have to look very carefully at who crafted this narrative of the university is a good model, the US university is a good model to be exported.
Lisa or Melanie, you want to weigh in on good model versus bad model?
I think the American university is like everything else the United States exports, some good, some bad. So I would actually make the case that the idea of a liberal education in which people were invited, indeed encouraged to explore different disciplines, different ideas, different intellectual traditions, and so forth, is, if not uniquely American, particularly American, and I think it's an excellent model for education. I wouldn't have been a competent president of the American University in Cairo if I didn't believe that, but I do believe it. So I think there are many really quite extraordinary aspects to American education. The idea that you typically take courses in a variety of fields before you settle on the one you want. The idea that you do experiment with ideas and so forth, I think is one of the key features of the reason that American education has been as widely emulated as it has around the world, particularly increasingly in the global South. That said, I also think the way American universities are currently governed is increasingly antithetical to that model of education. So I think we are probably also exporting an identity crisis right now, which is sort of too bad. But I do think that, you know, there are the idea that there should be academic freedom, even if it was only, you know, 100-odd years ago that we discovered that. I think that is a good idea. I think we should be exporting that idea, even if we don't always meet our own standards. So from that perspective, I think right now the governance questions, I think, are really critical, and we can talk more about those. But in general, I think there is something to preserve in this.
Thoughts, Melanie, looking from the outside? The good North American?
No, and we have to be so careful here because we have different systems, not better, not worse, and I think, you know, we influence each other, obviously, in both the good and the bad. And so while we, you know, we have a different model, you know, one of the things I have always lamented that we don't have a good liberal arts education in Canada that's not offered widely across Canada at the different institutions, where you have that opportunity to really expand your ideas, your framing, your horizons. And that's something that I've always admired and witnessed during my time in the US. That is the kind of model of education, I think, that that is a way to the future, even though I think I'm speaking against the trends here, because the question often asked is, what will I get out of it, the education, right? Or parents are asking, what will my child be able to do after year 4, right? But my answer to that is your child will be able to think, to be critical, to write well, to present, but I'm not educating your child for a job. And that, you know, that really sparks a tension point between those that are looking for this, right? And so this is getting a little bit off topic here on the panel, but all to say that the question of the mission of the university really ties into so many of these different elements, and what the university is protecting when they call in the police, when they call on, in the case of Canada, injunctions to give a veneer, as one of my colleagues has said, give a veneer to their actions rather than actually standing by, you know, calling in that power and that force to break up the encampments.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to.
Can I just
Yes.
respond a little bit to that? I think it's very interesting to think about the demographics of the various universities, of the various student populations in the United States. And I'm sure that in many other of your academic contexts, this is the case as well, is that in the University of California, we have a very, very high percentage of first-generation students. That is, their parents did not go to university, right? And they do not, the liberal arts to them is kind of a, you know, incomprehensible, you know, kind of thing, right? Because many of them really do need their kids to come home and, you know, work with the parents in whatever they're doing and so on, right? So I think that I aspire to, I am a product of liberal arts education myself, I really believe in it and I teach it, but we have to be very sensitive to the changing demographics of all of our campuses, right? Who is actually showing up on our campuses, right? And what is it, the encampments, what I found so interesting at many of the University of California campuses were, you know, sort of the very highly politicized activist, you know, kind of students, but there was a lot of solidarity, for example, from the Mexican-American Latino students, right, who came and said, really, we understand what's going on in Gaza, we understand oppression, you don't have to tell us about that. Right? And so the kind of solidarity that gets created out of different kinds of demographics and whether the university administrations can actually listen to those demands from the students or can hear those demands from the students, I think is another factor to bring in. So who's on our campuses, who are we teaching, and what do they want? Not in a kind of consumer model, right? But in a rather more, you know, feet on the ground, what are they going to get out of their university education? Right? So I just wanted to sort of interject there that I think that changing demographics on US campuses and in all your campuses impacts how these events unroll.
Thanks. That's actually a really good segue into what I want to talk about next, which is the both on and off campus, the conversation about what's going on in Gaza is not like, say, the conversation that we would have had about Vietnam. It's personal because there are, in the United States and around the world, very specific religious ethnic tensions that are being provoked here. Accusations of anti-Semitism are being flung around, accusations of Islamophobia are being flung around. And I think those things add an extra layer of complication and complexity to what is happening on the campuses. And I know it's been reported on a lot, but I wonder if you guys would like to address how you are handling or how you see the campuses handling that very specific tension that underlies a lot of what is going on in terms of both the speech and the repression of that speech.
Keep in mind that Columbia is in New York City, and New York City is one of the biggest Israeli cities. That is to say, numbers of Israelis living in New York. So issues around the Middle East broadly, around Israel and Israel-Palestine and so forth, have always been particularly sensitive in New York and particularly sensitive at Columbia, as is also true of other universities in New York. And so this is, from that perspective, not that new. It's new for a reason I'll get to, but there have been controversies around Middle East studies at Columbia for decades. After 9/11, there was a lot of media attention to Middle East studies at Columbia and so forth. So to some extent, Columbia is, as I suggested earlier, not representative of anything. It's quite specific to its own place, its own history, its own intellectual commitments and so forth. Columbia is not only in New York, but of the Ivy League schools, the private research universities, mostly on the East Coast. It also has the, by far, largest Jewish undergraduate enrollment, in part because it's in New York, but also in part because it has been seen as always relatively friendly to American Jewish students and applicants and so forth in a context where many of the Ivy League schools have not been. So that's another piece of the history here. So I think part of what has happened at Columbia is that it's opened a fissure on the campus that is actually a reflection of intra-Jewish community divides that I think are, again, specific to the United States and specific in some ways to New York, but do explain some of the extent to which this seems like it's personal and seems like it's about anti-Semitism and so forth. You know, for many, many years, the American Jewish community leadership, say in the 50s and 60s at least, were, and before that actually, explicitly concerned that the Jewish community in the United States would disappear. Not because there would be pogroms or a Holocaust, but because there would be such profound assimilation that there would be sort of a disappearance of Jewish identity in the United States, that this was the other side of the coin of, so how do you sustain Jewish identity? Well, that was one of the roles that Israel and affiliation with Israel represented. It could be that. So you could be an American Jew and you could do birthright Israel. You could go to, you know, have your junior year abroad in Israel and so forth and so on. It was a way to sort of square that circle and make it that you were both very much an ordinary American, but you were also Jewish and so forth. So that meant that Israel played for the American Jewish community a particularly important role. It was, you know, part of what sustained the existence of the Jewish community was that kind of affiliation with Israel. One of the things that has been clearly an enormous concern to the leadership of the American Jewish community represented in the various organized groups and so forth has been the extent to which a substantial number of the students involved in the protests have been Jewish. And that's very much a worry because that opens a generational divide between the leadership who thought that they could always depend on Israel as the sort of anchor of identity and their children who were saying, we're not really going to support Israel here. This is not the anchor of our identity. So I think, and in many important ways, what you're seeing working out on these campuses, and I think Columbia, because of where it is and because of what it's represented for so many generations, you see it more clearly and you see it more, it's very, very difficult. It's terrifying, as I suggested earlier, to see the police, but it's also terrifying to see how many people see this as an existential challenge. So they describe October 7th as the existential challenge, but in many ways that's a displacement of this anxiety about what does it mean to be an American Jew today? And how can families be so deeply divided about this? So it's very fraught, but I think it does tell you something about America today.
Yeah, I really agree with that analysis that it's a kind of inter-community or intra-community kind of crisis too, because so many of the encampments, you know, had their Seder services and had, you know, all things that were going on. So there was a lot of Jewish student participation in the encampments. And yet again, the media is spinning this as a pro-Palestinian movement. movement as if this was, so again, we have to sort of really get a little bit more granular about what was really going on. But I wanted to sort of zoom out to a little bit another level and talk about the role of identity politics in student things in general in the United States. This has been going on obviously since the 70s, since the early 70s, where you have students kind of advocating for certain things on campuses based on identity, right? And so this is really just a kind of an extension of that, a particularly kind of pungent one, if you will, or something. I mean, it's really grabbing everybody's attention, right? But it's part of a longer trend. And that trend has actually changed the academy, right? Because we now do have African American studies. We have queer studies, right? We have indigenous studies. These are new disciplinary formations within the American University Academy. And we have people getting PhDs in queer studies and then going to departments of queer studies, right? So it's really changing the landscape, right? And so I think it's part of a longer trend of the way students conceive of their learning, if you will, right? So I'd like to kind of just insert it as not being particularly, it's not strange to me that you would have this kind of response. What I find strange is, that we, certainly there would have been a place after George Floyd and so on, and Black Lives Matter, or Me Too or whatever, to really have had universities kind of ramp up their sensitivity to certain people feeling threatened on a campus, right? And there was some response, but nobody got dragged in front of Congress to say, how come you're not doing more for Black studies, right? So I think we need to kind of think about the landscape really of all of our curricular developments over, say, the last 50 years and insert this in that as well.
Thanks. Do you want to say something about the identity issue?
Yeah, to draw on, and I agree with both of your assessments, and to add that with the rise of identity and the recognition of identity, multiple identities, hybrid, intersecting identities, and the challenge of being labeled as one, but also recognizing yourself in other camps, either ideologically, historically, religiously. I think the conflation, and we see this particularly with definitions of anti-Semitism, but also with Islamophobia, we are conflating race, we are conflating religion, we are conflating statehood and what that means. And that's a very, I think, dangerous conflation that we need to work out and sort out very thoughtfully.
Thanks. That's a good segue into the next question or topic, which really has to do with what's happening on campus and how faculty and administrators and students define the rights and responsibilities that go with discussion, protest, expression, how we talk about complicated ideas. I should mention here that Scholars at Risk you guys have participated in putting together a document that will kind of be hopefully useful to administrators in terms of dealing with these questions. But if you could just go through a little bit of how you have defined the rights and responsibilities of students and administrators in terms of protest and expression.
Yeah, I draw attention to that document, which was put together by Rob and several other people. It's on the conference website. If you could go down, you do your QR code thing, right? And you go down to those buttons, you'll actually see it there and you can access it there. And I think there's some very useful distinctions and definitions there, right? Between freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, academic freedom and so on. And I think we really forget what it is that we're allegedly defending, with academic freedom, which is as you said, only the freedom to debate from an informed, germane perspective, and also to have it be evidence-based, fact-based, not what's called, there's a term, but viewpoint-based discrimination against ideas. That is, what the content of your ideas will be the reason why you are being rejected, right? We don't want to go there with academic freedom. We want to make sure that multiple conflicting viewpoints, right, are able to be entertained. And so I think that would be somewhere where I would go, is I would point to some of the unpacking that's done in this document, so you don't have to kind of reinvent the wheel about what are the distinctions between freedom of, and what rights, and both in terms of domestic rights in the United States, but also in all of your countries, the legal rights to freedom of assembly and so on, and how those are being abrogated, in fact. And what recourse do we have? Legal recourse do we have to that kind of thing? And also international human rights, right, and freedom of academic inquiry and so on. So I think there are lots of documents out there that can help us frame what these questions are, and kind of try to unfreeze the narrative about what's actually going on in these encampments, that it is a contest against academic, or it's a protest, or I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong words, it's an attack on academic freedom at the highest level, right, to say that we can't have a conflict of opinions on a campus. And I'm just reiterating what you said, right? Because if we don't have a conflict of opinions, what are we doing? We're just being, kind of a mouthpiece for some orthodoxy that's in defense of something else, like corporate profits or a political position or whatever it happens to be, but it's not about academic inquiry, right? So, and I think all of these documents really help us to take a look at that.
I commend the document to you as well. One of my favorite phrases is that academic freedom is a process, which many of you will hear echoes of freedom as a verb. That is to say, it's something you have to keep exercising or you will lose the capacity. And I like that a lot because it connects academic freedom with the project that we're all involved in, which is learning. And you can't learn unless you experiment with ideas. So another way of thinking about this that I often used in Cairo, because it was appropriately shocking, was that we have the right to be wrong. And you can't figure out what you really think unless you try on some ideas that you subsequently decide are wrong. So that's an important part of the educational process. It's an important part of research. My hypothesis was wrong. Well, that's part of what we're supporting an environment to be able to pursue.
Okay, so we commend you. We recommend that you take a look at that document, which is online, I think. I want to sort of direct the conversation a little bit more from esoteric kind of what goes on in the campus, faculty administration, decision-making, to the concrete sort of wielding of power that's going on behind the scenes here, which aren't so much behind the scenes anymore because they've stepped up. I'm specifically thinking of Bill Ackman and Harvard paying for, I think, that truck to go around with students' names on it, and actually saying in public, when I know their names, they will never get a job on Wall Street. I'm paraphrasing, but basically, that's what he said. So I want you to sort of talk a little bit about are the U.S. Is the U.S. academic community ever really free in terms of who directs what kind of research and what kind of ideas can be discussed? Who's really behind it? And the sort of issue of like, are the universities, what's the difference between, say, a Bill Ackman and a Lukashenko, or a Bill Ackman and an Elise Stefanik? The political influencers and the money influencers, and is it really, does it just end up coming down to the donors?
Well, I'm going to echo something in a funny sort of way that Jane said earlier about the history of the university in the United States as a prelude to a partial answer to that question. There was a famous case at Columbia, but beyond Columbia, in 1917, which was about the time when the organized discussion of academic freedom began in the United States, of a professor who resigned from Columbia. His name is Charles Beard, for those of you who follow this sort of thing. He resigned from Columbia to protest violations of academic freedom when 2 faculty members were fired. And the faculty members were opposing the American entry into the First World War, which Beard actually supported. But he supported even more their right to oppose it if that's what they thought was appropriate. And he wrote in his resignation letter, "The university is really under the control of a small and active group of trustees who have no standing in the world of education, who are reactionary and visionless in politics, narrow and medieval in religion. I am convinced that while I remain in the pay of the trustees of Columbia University, I cannot do effectively my part in sustaining public opinion in support of the just war on the German Empire." Nothing has changed except the just war part. So in a way, nothing has changed, although I would argue that in fact, there is a lot of things that have changed since 1917 in the world and at American universities. But this is built into the design of universities that are supposed to be autonomous and supposed to be run by trustees in the interests of the university. And the trustees have to interpret what that interest is. And sometimes they do it well, and sometimes they do it poorly. And we need to be thinking, presumably, about what kinds of things make for good, responsible trustees and university leadership, and what kinds of things don't. And one of the things that Beard pointed out is that the trustees that he was finding troubling had no experience in education. And I think that may be part of the clue here.
Yeah, I think you just have to think of the names of some of the leading private universities, and the point will be made. So Stanford, right, was basically an endowed by the Stanfords, right, you know, or Vanderbilt, you know, just think of them, right, you know, and so money has always been at the kind of root of who actually supports, you know, education in the U.S. And increasingly, I think, and it's also worth an analysis of the proliferation of private colleges and universities now elsewhere. You know, there used to be mostly sort of state-funded universities around the globe, right? Which comes with its own problems because that's subject then to the thumb, you know, of the state, right? But there are increasingly, and I spent a lot of time in Germany, and there are increasingly lots of private things. In case of Turkey, it's the same thing. More and more private universities. So this kind of notion of state defunding and then having to depend on these donor classes and so on. You know, when they're funding things you like and approve of, then you say, you know, the donations are great. Let's do it, right? You know, when they're funding things that you don't agree with, you say, oh my God, donor oligarchs, terrible people, right? So you have to be careful with the analysis. But that balance between state-mandated funding and its own politicization. Actually, you look at Florida these days, or Texas, right, where the states are actually defunding, massively defunding universities, and then what the private donors are able to do. I think it's a specific issue to the United States, but I think it's metastasizing out to the greater global ecosystem of higher ed as well. And so it's just something we have to keep our eyes on.
The more we rely on untenured, casual labor at the university, the more disempowered and I include them in faculty, the faculty will be as a whole. We've witnessed this post-October 7th, but we've witnessed this before. In 2021, we had now a very well-known case of a professor who was going to be hired at U of T and was not due to outside political donor influence. And you know, the structure of the universities and the funding levels for tenure, and I will argue until I'm blue in the face of how important tenure is to sustaining and supporting academic freedom, but how we need more people who are tenured, less people who are disempowered through their contractual relationships with the university.
Just one quick follow-on on that. If you come from the world of business and you run businesses or you acquire businesses as a private equity investor, you tend to see the world of a university like a business. And so you tend to say tenure really gums up your capacity to replace employees and so forth and so on. So tenure's really, you know, kind of antithetical to thinking about running this as an efficient business. So be alert to, I think we have not been as alert to, you know, talking about the efficiencies of the private sector and all the wonderful things that happen in the private sector and so forth and so on. When they begin to be adopted in a university context, that's really where you get contingent faculty. They're less expensive and they're easier to move around. Tenured faculty tend to, not only you can't fire them, but they tend to think they should be running the place, which of course they should be. But that notion of shared governance and so forth and so on, if you're a business person, you don't share governance, you run the place, you're management. There's a mindset that works in the private sector when you're managing a private business, but when it's translated into a university context, it ends up with a lot of these sort of dysfunctions.
Can I just add to that? Maybe you have noticed in the press and so on that there's been a real rash of unionization of students, graduate students and so on, really going back a decade or more, but then really sort of being ramped up. And I think it's just really interesting to think about the students are kind of learning that they're workers, you know, right, vis-a-vis management, right? And they've gotten some really good settlements, in fact, which have really upended the funding models on the campuses. And so unionization in certain places, right, is people kind of buying into this model that has been imposed on the university, right, of management versus labor, right, and then kind of turning it against the university. So, and I'm all for unions, okay, and I'm appalled that there are so many so-called right-to-work states in the United States, and what that translates into is being forbidden to unionize, right? So there are some places where it's illegal to unionize, for example, in North Carolina. And so it's like, what's going on there, you know, right? So we have to sort of think also about the power of unions in this kind of scenario, I think.
I promised a half hour of audience participation, but there is one more subject that I want to cover first, and we'll try to move through it. I think it's important, and it will open some ideas for probably the audience to ask questions, which is the first panel this morning obviously was a wrenching experience. We know these things are going on, but to actually have people sitting in front of us who experienced like Asmaa and the medical folks, really brings home how the need is so massive, and how little we are, as universities in the United States, actually are doing, and how much they could be doing. I mean, if this was any other country, there would be people sending laptops over, there would be people, you know, medical people would be going over universities, especially this conversation about how desperate the teaching situation is. I think that you would see more assistance or collaboration. In fact, one of them did use that word. We need people to collaborate with us. The medical schools need collaboration. So I'd just like to open to you all the question of whether you see that ever happening. Under what circumstances is that going to happen? Because I think that in my understanding of the way the politics working in the United States, if any of the universities came up and said, I am going to begin to collaborate with the Palestinian medical, whatever that was called, the PalMed, there would be instant reaction and hauling people down to Washington. That's just my guess. Any disagreement on that or thoughts about how you might get around that?
I really agree with you that it's a very prickly moment in terms of collaborations from the ground up in the United States, but I also want to unfreeze the narrative there, is that there are already collaborations with Palestinian organizations going on at US universities, right? So I really want to make sure that we don't, kind of
I didn't understand that. There are already collaborations going on between universities.
Between
Palestinian...
universities in the United States who are welcoming Palestinian medical students, for example, at UC San Francisco, for example. UC Santa Barbara is welcoming a Palestinian statistician, can't say that, but right, through a scholar rescue program, right? So we don't, again, want to necessarily follow the dominant narrative because there are lots of things going on, right, already. And it's maybe just the Pollyannish kind of like, I want to see the good sides of things, right? But we don't want to say it's all doom and gloom because there are actually things going on in the United States in a very difficult situation, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think there's just not enough scholar mobility in the world, period. And that's one of the reasons why Scholars at Risk is necessary. But I'm not sure, I wouldn't underestimate the extent to which people are, as they have in Ukraine, they are in Gaza, reaching out to colleagues and trying to do worthwhile and helpful things.
Yeah, I think it has to be packaged skillfully, put it that way, right?
Or not publicly announced.
Or no, yeah, but it is. But we're all very aware of doing that kinds of thing anyway to get funding for things that we need, right? So I just think it's a real failure of imagination not to think about how we can collaborate already, and so we just need to, imagine how we can collaborate.
Melanie, weigh in.
I don't disagree, so I'm going to pass. Go.
All right, well, we have about 20 minutes left, and I'd like to open the discussion to the audience questions. Anybody have any thoughts?
Thank you all. I think this has been very interesting, and there are still good lessons learned from America. And I was thinking when you thought about lessons learned, the money talks lesson. We all know that one, but you touched upon that. And I was really happy, Melanie, that you were talking about how you welcome the engagement at campus. I am overjoyed in Norway about finally there is some steam. But the problem is here, it's like we are talking about putting Band-Aid on things. In Rob's idea, what if, imagine a future like this. What if the US didn't spend all that money sending weapons to Israel and instead building up, the educational system? We wouldn't have to be talking about taking one there, collaborating. It's just, it just seems all too small. And then having
American and Norwegian students, you know, talking about, oh, it's so uncomfortable. Come on, the world is really uncomfortable. And I think as universities, we need to be speaking up a lot more. You know, the fear of being political, this is politics. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Marit Egner. I'm from the University of Oslo. I will try to ask a question, and I might flash my ignorance, but I will try. I will start with saying that in Norway, they recently changed the law on higher education so that the leadership of universities have a responsibility to protect and support the academic freedom of the staff. And we recently had a case at NTNU, the largest university in Norway, where the rector had been criticizing staff members for criticizing a report, and the rector had supported rather the funders than the staff, and she actually had to leave office because she didn't have the support of her institution anymore. And then my question. I understood that in the autumn, the rectors of several very prestigious universities, such as Harvard, Penn, and MIT, were called to a hearing, obviously about anti-Semitism on campus. And I wonder if this situation in the autumn has had an influence on American rectors when it comes to their easily calling in the police when the students were protesting, etc. I would love to have some comments on this because I'm really curious.
It's a very good and relevant question. Thank you.
Okay. The president, the rector, the president of Columbia was supposed to be called in December, and she was unavailable. She was doing something else. So she would have been in that original panel. She subsequently appeared in April. So she had an opportunity of the intervening months to prepare for what she expected to be asked and so forth. She was grilled in much the same way as her predecessors had been, very hostile questioning, not diplomatic, not what you would expect in a parliamentary discussion, but in contrast to her predecessors, she actually agreed with the premise of some of the questions that were posed to her by the members of the House, and said a few things that instantly infuriated her campus, including naming the names of some of the faculty that she thought should not be employed at the university, which was just, even if you're running it as a business, you say this is a personnel issue and it's confidential. You don't say this particular faculty member shouldn't be employed. So before that, I think the faculty of the university as a whole were sort of not sure, because some of the protests had been very contentious and so forth and so on. It wasn't, but literally you could feel the campus change the moment that she started doing that. So she lost the support of the faculty at that moment. But interestingly, there was an encampment then, unlike the earlier campus president testimony where there had not yet been any of that kind of protest. She was in Washington, Columbia's in New York. While she was still in Washington, after the testimony, she arranged to have the police come and arrest the students. And the speculation, obviously it is, because none of us were in her inner circle, was that this was part of her effort to say to the Congressional Committee that that Colombia is not out of step with what Congress wants. On all dimensions, it failed. She lost the faculty, she lost the students, she lost actually many of the administrators who didn't think there needed to be police on the campus at that point. And she didn't win Congress, because within several days, or maybe a week or so later, the Speaker of the House, that is to say the most, the leader of that House of the Congress, came to the campus, stood in front of the administration building, and called that she should be fired. So she lost everyone. But it did mean there was, because Columbia is a relatively elite, prestigious university, that there then was a permissive environment for calling the police. Because once it happened at Columbia, everybody said, well, Columbia did it, we can do it too. So it was like a domino. It just cascaded through the higher education landscape. So lots of universities that had even smaller encampments and even less protests and so forth then felt that this was an appropriate thing to do.
Yeah, I can just add to that there were numerous votes of no confidence in the rectors at various campuses up and down California, right? UCLA, the chancellor was going to be stepping down anyway, but he made it very clear that he was going to step down, but nevertheless the faculty censored him, right, and so on. So I think it does have a chilling, these kinds of things have a chilling effect. At the same time, the president of Wesleyan University, a smaller but private university, had a very effective interaction with the students. The University of Oregon leadership had a very, very effective, right? So I think, again, we want to not necessarily follow the way the media has represented these things, because they're, and somebody, the person who was just named the provost at Barnard, actually, came from Rutgers, where she had really interacted with the students in the encampments very well. And so the students in the encampments at Rutgers said to the students in the encampments at Barnard, yeah, she's going to be great, right? Because she'll talk with you, right? So I think that there were models, and it was just, again, I think, I said, used this in another context, it was a failure of imagination on the part of leadership to not understand what it was that the students were asking for and what was possible and not possible. So I think it's, there are good and bad leaders in every sector, right? And I think that we don't want to really go down the path of saying there are no good models for people engaging with students over such issues. You know, whether that was actually going to be possible, that they could talk with the trustees about divesting from Israel and so on, right? But that they did say that there would be openness to that kind of discussion, right? And so, you know, there are models, I think. And so we don't want to necessarily kind of freeze what happened, you know?
Yeah. Just to address your comment of, you know, the sustainability of this, I think that's a really, really important point. One of the, almost all of the encampments in Canada, and I think this is true of the United States as well, divestment was one of the key calls. And there was one encampment in Canada that called for a bigger vision of divestment and called on socially responsible investing, actually. And so I would really like to push on us to take the divestment issue out of the context of Israel-Palestine exclusively. And I understand the history here, I understand the longer history, but reframing it as healthy, socially responsible investing. I mean, if every university across the world, if we have to invest, right, if we have to go down that road, which we can have another discussion if that's needed or not, but that's another thing. How about thinking about the university and its funds as a way to make positive social change and impact on that front.
That's been done before. South Africa, that is in the US context, South Africa. Certainly in the 60s in the military-industrial complex, that's what the students were calling for, right? And so, I mean, there's a great history of that push, and we just have to remind everybody of it.
Oh, I see people, but where's the mic? Oh.
It was given to me. I just wanted to bring something to the audience, what is going on in Germany. I'm Gabi Zinn from Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, and currently, in my opinion, there are strange things going on. I don't know if you know that some weeks ago there was a pro-Palestine protest camp at Humboldt University in Berlin, and the mayor of the city, he ordered to empty the camp and to put everything down. And as a consequence, about 1,000 lecturers of the university, they signed an open letter to protest against this. And subsequently, the German ministry, they started to investigate if the funding of those lecturers could be withdrawn. And I think this is an incredible thing going on. And this has a political impact, and I don't know if sometime we can learn lessons from Germany. Yeah, and I would like to know your opinion about this.
Yeah, I followed that and heard about that. I would contrast it with what's going on at the Free University in Brussels, for example, right? So, it's all local, all politics are local,
No,
right?
but
and so
I think it's a general thing as well, because it shows how things are shifting and what can happen politically and how it happens.
And it happens very quickly, as we know.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that, I just heard the story about what happened at Documenta, because we haven't even talked about what's going on in the art world. But the German government hauled those curators in, I think, to answer for why they put Palestinian artists in Documenta, which is this global art show, and it's unbelievable.
Or the Frankfurt Book Fair.
I don't know about the Frankfurt Book Fair.
Withdrew the prize from a Palestinian author.
Thank you. Just to add to this, to the German part of the story, the Freie Universität, the Chancellor of the Freie Universität, called the Chancellor of the Freie Universität called the police himself, as far as I know, whereas the Chancellor of the Humboldt University was standing with her students and was trying to protect her students from police intervention, and then the mayor called the police. So two completely different things in the same city. And not all student protests in Germany are the same. We've had other protesters. They're pro-Islamic. They practice gender segregation when they protest. So one can't put every student protest on the same level, so one has to look at them very specifically and see what the response is. But generally, I think there's a shift happening. So on Turkish campuses, we're all used to seeing police all the time and intervention, but I think it's the first time in Germany since 1967 that there's police presence or intervention in student protests. So if this is happening in many countries at the same time, it's a shift that maybe we should be talking about.
Hi, sorry. I would like to change a bit the focus, and not coming from the US, and I would like to know your perspectives or how you see it. So considering, for example, the increase of restrictive legislation in the US, for example, in the state of Florida, regarding the teaching of gender issues, anti-racism, syllabus or bibliography, and how do you see the current scenario with the elections this year, and what could be like the potential impact of Trump winning, for example, in higher education, and how do you see it in other states?
Who wants to take that on?
I can, no, I have an opinion about that one, right? And I don't have an opinion, I have an observation about it, right? Is that I would say to you that ever since I began doing Scholars at Risk work in the University of California, people have been saying to me, when are we going to define scholars at risk in the United States? Why is it just, people elsewhere, right? And I'll bring to your attention that the University of California at Berkeley now has a Scholars at Risk program for scholars from Florida, okay? Where it's within African American studies, there's stipends, right, for faculty from Florida. And I find this a very interesting development in terms of something I did want to say, is that what I find so useful about having this discussion here and having the other lessons from Gaza, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and so on, right, is that it forces us to engage in what I call elliptical thinking. An ellipsis is like it's not a circle with one center. An ellipsis has kind of two focal points, right? And we're always having to go back and forth between, what happened in the United States, in Florida, right? What happens in Minsk, in Belarus, right? We have to kind of keep on talking back and forth. And what I was so struck by in the Gaza panel this morning was how much we have to learn from, that is we in the US, have to learn from our colleagues in Gaza who are living under permanent pressure, on higher education, right? And so I think the Scholars at Risk serves that function, right, of forcing us into conversation to see what's going on. And that risk takes different forms in different places, but we need to be aware of those kinds of incredibly creative, dedicated people who are doing massively important things in Gaza, in Belarus, wherever, right, in Lithuania, so that we can take some lessons. It's not kind of charitable work to have SAR scholars on our campuses. We're learning from them, right? We need these people on our US campuses.
Thank you. I see more hands up, but Frank has told us that our time is up. So people are pointing to each other, but maybe we can carry this out into okay, one more. There.
Yeah. What has any of this, I'm talking about the protest movements, achieved on the ground for Palestinians in Gaza? Aside from, helping individual scholars from Gaza, which you don't need protest movements to do, if that's what you want to do, what has been the result of all this on the ground, in the unfolding of the war? Any pressure on Israel, ceasefire, any of that, divestment, what impact, even if it was followed through, what impact would this have on Israel's prosecution of the war? And if all of this was not about that, which you haven't talked about at all, you've talked about academic freedom, you've talked about donors, you've talked about the American higher education system, the impact, et cetera, et cetera. If it wasn't about that, then what was it about?
I think that's an incredibly relevant question. Why was this able to, call up? There's a lot of unrest on university campuses in the United States anyway, rising fees, the professionalization of the leadership class, right, that is no longer academic. So there was a kind of a tinderbox of kindling on many US campuses of disaffection by students and so on. So I think that this issue was landing in a place where students were ready, actually, to challenge what was going on in the university. Does it take a little bit of a longer gestation time to change an institution? Yeah, it does, right? Institutions, by definition, are conservative. They conserve the structures of the past. But the fact that the students are waking up again, if you will, I think is a really great sign. And I think that it will have, I think all of the administrators were waiting for graduation, waiting for the students to leave campus. They were happy that it was happening in May, right? Because pretty soon the students would be gone. But many of the students are really very committed to these issues, and it's not going to go away, particularly as the election season heats up when they come back to campus. So I think it's one of those stay tuned moments. Like, I think it's going to have an impact when people begin to organize politically, you know, on campuses, when students finally get voter registration going again and so on. There'll be bigger turnout, I think, student turnout in the elections, also for local things, but also for federal positions. And that will make a difference on policy, ultimately, but it's going to take a while. But it's started.
Yeah. Briefly. First of all, thank you for being our moral compass. I appreciate that. I appreciate your question. Big picture, has it shifted? Certainly not in Canada. Micro movements politically and socially in terms of activism, absolutely. Will that have longer term effects? We can only hope so.
Yeah, very little different. I think this was an issue that had ignited dry tinder on campuses. It could have been a different issue, but this was the one. So the expectation that there would actually be a discernible impact on the situation in Gaza is probably a mistake at this point. That's not, it's what it's about, but it's also in the context of complaints and concerns about the United States and about universities in the United States. I do think it's going to get worse before it gets better, because it will, in the fall, be conflated with the American elections, which are going to be very, very fraught. That said, for those of us who do care about Gaza, it took the protests against the Vietnam War quite a long time before the United States folded, but it did fold ultimately. So I do think it's partly a matter of our time horizon.
I just would like to add, thank you for bringing it back to the concrete. I mean, we did talk a little bit about the potential for collaboration and why that's not happening, but what your question really, the answer to me is, this is the narrative, before this happened, before the students started to protest, before October 7th, there was no discussion of what's going on with Palestinians in the United States. And anyone, I'm a journalist, I've been in and out of there in the years past, where you could see what was going on. It was not breaking through in the media. The New York Times would not cover it. The New York Times knew about those things that were happening on the West Bank. It was rarely covered until a month ago. They did a huge story about what the settlers are doing, and this has been going on forever. It opened a crack in this wall where I have to say that Israeli government had worked very hard to keep this conversation from happening. That's the thing that's changed. Other than that, are we stopping the government from sending bombs over there? I'm sorry to say that we're not, as much as we would like to see that happen.
Thank you very much, Nina, and to all of the panel for a conversation that we don't want to stop, that we want to continue happening. And it will and can continue. We will have a lunch after the closing plenary, which will happen now in this room. So please do continue. And one thing I just, that you had the challenge about lessons or learning coming from today. My really strong sense in all of the sessions in this room is that there is a common thread, which is about how central academic freedom is to the core of education. So thank you all for drawing out those lessons for us. Thank you. Hello again, everyone. So we have reached our final session. And 3 days ago, when we all gathered first, we talked about how we were gathering here to connect. And I think we've all seen and experienced so much of that connection, and how that connection, to use the phrase that Asmaa was using earlier, can rebuild hope. So in this session, we're going to look at what's next for SAR's mission and for the network. And with that, I would like to introduce Robert Quinn, the Executive Director of Scholars at Risk, whom you all know well.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, everybody, for really just all of your participation the last 3 days, and for really opening up to the difficulties and the challenges of all of our conversations. I am experiencing lots of different feelings and emotions, I have to say. Coming into this, we haven't seen each other in person since 2018, and we had a lot happen from then to now. And I have to say my batteries were pretty much empty for a lot of that time. And my batteries are recharged right now, and I really have to thank everybody here for being part of that. So I'm feeling energized. Part of me is feeling really angry after some of the sessions that we were privileged to listen to, angry about the waste of human capacity and potential, and the fact that a whole different world is available if we just let the people that want to do this good work do this good work. I am mostly deeply inspired by the people that we get to work with in this work, what they're trying to do, what they're working with. I'm also a little frustrated when I hear what they're able to do basically with pennies. And if we can just get the resources, as was said in the prior session, from where we really don't want the resources to be to where we do really want the resources to be, how much better can we make things? So I want to thank all of you for being a part of that. I hope you had good conversations, and not only in the sessions, but in the breakouts and so forth. And I want to leave us with a sense of future. And I'm signaling first, I'm going to come to you with questions. You'll have a chance to share what you want to see for the future for us. But I wanted, if I could, just to flag the outline of the future as we understand it in the office, based upon the process of consultation we did with everyone. So for those who are new to our community, we spent about 18 months consulting the community for a strategic planning process that included surveys, it included webinars, it included small meetings, and we took all of that feedback very, very seriously. It was enormously helpful in shaping what is now our 2024-2028 strategic plan. And I particularly want to thank the International Advisory Committee, made up of representatives of our national sections and our key partner networks, because you really have the pulse of what's going on in the different parts of the network, and those inputs were extremely helpful, as well as to the Scholars at Risk Board, which also helped us go through a couple of different iterations and processes. So for those who didn't notice, but on the link page, which I have to say I'm a huge fan of, it's just so easy to navigate. It's just one list, you know. There is now a link to something that looks roughly like this of our 2024-2028 strategic plan. So if you haven't seen it, I welcome you to see it. We would welcome your help in sharing it with whomever you want to share it with, whoever you can. This is usually where I say, if anyone is a billionaire or knows a billionaire, please feel free to share it, because we need to not be just wrestling with pennies. We need to be looking at larger resources. I'd like to just run through just the highlights of the plan, but obviously you have it, you can look at it. Number one is I don't think there's going to be any surprises in it. For people in particular who participated in the process, I think you'll see that there's not much there. It acknowledges, number one, that the scale and number of crises that we have been asked to deal with are larger now, and unfortunately likely to stay that way. So we are not living at this moment thinking it's going to be better next year. We're living in this moment saying we need to increase our capacity to deal with this moment and tomorrow. It also, however, recognizes that despite the fact that the scale of the challenges is greater, that we are making a real difference in people's lives. We are helping more scholars and practitioners than before. We are doing more monitoring of attacks on higher education. than before. We're doing more to raise the visibility of this issue, and that really matters. The visibility matters, and I did get to spend a few minutes in the session on regional work, and when we heard how much is going on at the state level in Europe, that is directly related to how much visibility work has been done in the 10 years prior to finally getting those actions going in the state systems. And I'm very excited by the regional coalition work that is emerging so that we can get the same level of visibility into other systems, state systems, and start using those. I think especially important in this plan that it recognizes that today, compared with when Scholars at Risk was conceived in 1999, is that we are today part of an expanding community of people and groups that is much bigger than the Secretariat, than the staff. It's much bigger even than network members. It is also the community of partners that are around us. And larger than that, there is a movement of groups that may not even be in direct contact, but are beginning to participate in this conversation and in actions saying this space, the space of the university, and bigger than that, the space that says research, teaching, knowledge, evidence, critical inquiry, critical discourse are all essential to the vision of the world that we want, which is one that is not dominated by force and brutality and so forth, but is one that is built on collaboration and knowledge and truth and evidence seeking and so forth. And so we acknowledge that we are a part of this community, this movement beyond our network, and we commit in this plan to be a leading member of that community and that movement and to continue to try to shape and move it forward. And so with those acknowledgements, the plan basically lays out 3 goals. One is goal number 1, increase protection, to stay with our core work that is our name, Scholars at Risk, and to do everything we can to help as many as we can, as efficiently as we can, and as effectively as we can. And that means, in very practical terms, we know, we, the board, we, the office, we, the staff, we know we need to do as much as we can to support national sections, and we need to continue the process of hoping to spread national sections to places like Lithuania, where we don't have them yet, but where we would love to do so. Goal number 2, build solidarity. What we really mean, of course, to continue to build solidarity. We want to elevate and support national and regional and global voices. We believe at Scholars at Risk that threats to academic freedom, threats to the university, are not isolated incidents. They are evidence of a dynamic. It is a global dynamic, and it requires an organized, collective global response. And so here this means very concretely investing in the International Advisory Council, continuing to invest in SAR Europe, and invest in these emerging regional coalitions for academic freedom so that we really are a truly global community that is incorporating all of the tremendous depth of knowledge and experience as well as the pain and challenge into our movement. And last, our 3rd goal in the plan is to demand impact. So we demand of states stronger policies to protect the university sector. We need to demand implementation, not just recognition of the right of academic freedom, which, by the way, 5 years ago would have been a hard sentence to say out loud, but now we can say we are crossing the line to where there is an acknowledged right of academic freedom, acknowledged already by several elements in the UN system and regional systems, and we need to push for implementation, not just saying a right on paper, but what does it look like? How do we get it put into place? And I want to pause and acknowledge that we've made real progress just this week in Geneva, so while we were all here, but the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to education released a very important report this week on academic freedom. It builds on a prior report of the prior Special Rapporteur for Free Expression, who acknowledged, the prior report acknowledged academic freedom as a right, anchored in free expression and right to science and right to education. And this most recent report not only continues that and recognizes it, again, an authoritative US official recognizing a right of academic freedom essential to the right of education, but also does extensive reference to a document that we all in this community helped put together, the principles for implementing the right of academic freedom. So it's woven into the report, and my understanding from preliminary feedback from what's been going on in Geneva is already several states have indicated their support for the principles, and so we are moving the ball down the field in a very effective way. So I think all of the things in this strategic plan are achievable. I think we know what we're doing, and I think we know what works. And I know, looking around this room and the different rooms of the different sessions for these last few days, I know that we have the people and the talent and the desire together to make it happen. So I know it will take more resources. That is my main motivation leaving this room, is to find the resources to make all of this possible. Resources not just for the Secretariat, but resources to sustain national efforts, to sustain the ISC, to sustain the regional coalitions. And we will, and it will take time. But in the meantime, we need to continue what we're doing. We have to help as many as possible, as efficiently as possible with what we have. We need to keep reaching out to new members. If all of us look around just in our own countries, there are institutions that are not yet part of this. We need to get them to be a part of this. And we need to keep asking for help, with gratitude for those who are willing to step forward and give us whatever they can give, whether it's hosting one scholar or hosting one event or helping us to find the resources to support this work. I know I wasn't here for the whole time, but for the time I was here, I heard many good ideas, and I've scribbled down various ideas that I want to follow up on. I hope all of you made contacts that you'll follow up on, and I want to now kind of pause, so here's where I'm saying get ready. But if you have an idea you want to share now with the room, or a comment or an observation, I want to give us a few minutes to be able to do that. Was there a new idea here at the Congress that you heard that you want to share? Did something move you here that you just want to share it? What can we do better? And who can we ask for help? But really, open mic time. Anyone? I saw a hand here, and I saw a hand here. Please.
Thank you, Rob. My name is Saida Affouneh. I'm an assistant professor of political science at the University of the Philippines. But what I want to say is related to being part of the network in defense of historical truth and academic freedom in the Philippines. It is a statement on scholasticide in Palestine. If I could just have a minute to read some of it. We are academics and activists from around the world who have come together based on a shared belief in academic freedom and human rights to condemn Israel's systematic attacks on educational life in Gaza. At least 37,600 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza since 7th October 2023, with at least 86,000 wounded as a result of Israeli attacks. Alongside this, Israel's indiscriminate bombing campaign and ground invasion of Gaza has resulted in the decimation of the education sector in the Gaza Strip through the Israeli military's killing of students, faculty, and staff, and its targeted destruction of schools and university buildings, including laboratories, libraries, and classrooms. Israel's actions in Gaza have been described as scholasticide, including by Gaza's university academics and staff, as well as UN experts, including the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression. This is the systematic destruction of the region's education system. All 12 universities and 80% of schools in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. In total, at least 60% of all educational facilities, including 13 public libraries, have been damaged or destroyed, and at least 625,000 students have no access to education. Another 195 heritage sites, 227 mosques, and 3 churches have also been damaged or destroyed, including the Central Archives of Gaza, containing 150 years of history. We, the undersigned, condemn Israel's systematic targeting of academic students, educational institutions, and cultural heritage sites in Gaza in violation of international human rights, humanitarian, and criminal law. We mourn what these losses mean for world knowledge and culture and for the future of the Palestinian people. And we stand in solidarity with our Palestinian colleagues and students and all others who deplore this scholasticide. We call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, including compliance with the UN Security Council Resolution 2728, Israel's compliance with the International Court of Justice orders, including implementation of immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian aid to Gaza. We urge scholars everywhere to consider circulating this statement or other such calls against scholasticide at conferences and other academic gatherings. So the full statement is available on bit.ly/scholasticide. I urge you to please read it, share it, sign it, and if Scholars at Risk itself or this Congress somehow could adopt it or something similar, that would be our call from the Philippines. Thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you, Sol. Anyone else? Marcia?
Good afternoon. I'm Mirjam Huisman from the Netherlands. I am CEO of the Foundation University Assistance Fund. Actually, we were founded in 1948, just after the period when Stalin spread his influence and power to, for example, the Czech Republic, and lots of scholars and scientists fled Czechoslovakia to, for example, Holland. That's where UAF was founded and started with programs to protect scholars and academic freedom. And I understand that UAF was one of the partners also in the beginning of SAR. And for the last 4 years, we were kind of a dormant section, as I understood. If anything happened to me these past days, is that I was really moved with all the stories of the scholars that were here, and also the discussions we had in the pre-Congress meetings, where my awareness of the importance of academic freedom was really raising very fast. And these facts together made that, and also in the knowing that several Dutch universities call for action in more national-wide coordination on support for scholars at risk, I decided, have the intention, make the plan to awaken the Dutch section and be a very active participant of SAR in the coming few years. Thank you so much.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And UAF has been such an important partner. It's really, we look forward to reinvigorating that partnership. Anyone else? Yes.
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, I just wanted to mention something that probably missed in this Congress, is that we are talking about several scientists at risk from different parts of the region, especially our fellows from Ukraine. But I'm just wondering that we never heard about our fellows and colleagues in Russia, because you know that they are living under totalitarian regimes and also severe sanctions. So if we want to keep science as neutral as possible, we should also understand their suffering, that nobody supports them in general, and of course many countries banning them to make the collaboration. I'm coming from Iran, and I can understand what's the meaning of living and growing up in a totalitarian system and living under the sanctions, which was the first country in the world under severe sanctions after imposing sanctions on Russia, that we become the second. And I really understand that how it's really difficult to have the voices in these countries, because I'm paying for the voices that I made. And I'm just wondering that why even in scientific community, we are not trying to keep it stay as neutral as possible and trying to advocate for academic freedom and telling to our ministries, to our colleagues, okay, keep the connections, open the door of the science and don't close it. Because it will be really, really difficult after war, after any conflicts, to open again these doors if we close it. So I'm just wondering that if you're banning right now scientists from, I don't know, let's say Iran, from North Korea, from Sudan, from Russia, from Belarus, from China, what's going to be the next? What topic will be the next? So as a scientific community that we are claiming that we are advocating for for academic freedom, we should keep as neutral as possible, because science is a universal language and we should not close any door and trying to keep the doors open, because we know that the politicians never learn about their mistakes, and unfortunately the scientific community will pay for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ansel. I saw a hand back here. Pablo?
Thank you for the opportunity. May I take this opportunity to also bring into the focus the situation in some African countries where particular contexts have lent itself to violations of academic freedom and institutional autonomy. We talk about conflicts, situations like Sudan, which is in a terrible situation, extending it to South Sudan. There have been low-level conflicts in places like Central African Republic, which is also affecting universities functioning effectively there. There are also situations like in Nigeria, Niger, where organized criminal activity is also affecting academic freedom. Universities are closed. Some are not functioning properly because of abductions and kidnappings for money. And even destruction of some universities and their facilities just to facilitate the commission of crimes. And so these are issues that I think should also be highlighted, and to ensure that in as much as they are impediment to the realization of academic freedom, we also look at them and see how best we can solidarize with colleagues and students from there to be able to enable them to also realize the academic freedom. Thank you very much.
Terrific. There was another hand?
It was more the reaction because during this Congress took place the plenary session towards situation in Russia and in Belarus. That's why I would like to correct a little bit because it was in program and we talked about it, and it's important to join and support, of course, these countries.
Okay. Sorry? We'll go one more round. Anyone else? Okay.
Just a brief note. First of all, thank you. So many interesting things that I learned in this conference and the meeting. I just want to kind of remind that education is always a hit when it comes to authoritarian regimes or regimes inclined to become authoritarian. And I expect Georgia will be next in a row if things continue the way it continues. We already have signs in academia that universities are getting threats and the messages from government. It happens through the laws and through the personal pressures on those who speak up against reforms of the government. So it is an unfortunate story, but it continues and it's rolling towards the places where one could not expect today.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we should expect anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane. Oh, sorry, Frank. And then Jane.
Thank you. Forgive me for just changing the tune just for a second. My brain is really full, as is my heart, maybe the same for you. I really want to appreciate all the speakers who've reported from partly really, really difficult contexts and situations, which must be also a personal challenge. But I also really wanted to appreciate, of course, Scholars Risk for creating this community for 25 years, mobilizing us, connecting us, driving the conceptual work, the policy work, and helping many of us get ourselves sorted on our way of being part of this movement. And I really wanted to appreciate that. And something you just said earlier, the work that's been going on in Europe, I really want to appreciate what Scholars Risk Europe has been doing over the past few years through Inspire Europe, driving Inspire Europe, creating Inspire Europe, creating emcee for Ukraine and driving it. first under the wonderful guidance of Sinead O'Gorman, who I'm sure many of us miss dearly, and now under Frank Geary's guidance. At a recent meeting, somebody from a European institution, let's say, said, 10 years ago, the work that's going on in Europe right now wouldn't have been possible, but through Inspire Europe and MSc for Ukraine and others, there is a level of trust within the European Parliament that this can be done. There are institutions that can do it, and that is really largely thanks to Scholars at Risk Europe, and I just wanted to appreciate that and say thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Very kind. And thank you for invoking Sinead. We all wanted to. Shane?
Thank you. With deep gratitude to the Scholars at Risk Network, of which my university is a member, I have a different kind of comment related to the idea of protection. And this is for everyone who is working to build a Scholars at Risk program in some kind of institution, even if it's a tiny one. My recommendation would be to build it deep into the fabric of your institution, because there will be a day, I fear, when a Scholars at Risk program will be shut down. And once one is shut down, then others can be shut down. And I think to work in the invisible ways of building it systematically into the deepest parts of the institution so that it can't be gotten rid of easily. And so it will become a matter of history of that institution, a history that no student, staff, or faculty member will allow to be erased. Please consider all the small tasks that you do, all the little things, all the little bureaucratic systems that you put in place and establish as norms, all the ways in which you force the institution to work more flexibly and to build new practices into its methods. This is a not very exciting way of helping to protect possibly one of the most essential programs in any institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So let me take that as an impetus. Yes, we need to embed these things in our institutions, in our cultures, and so forth. You know, one of the things I was thinking earlier, I say a lot, you may have heard me say it, is that I don't see ours as a conversion project. We're not going out in the world trying to convince people that this matters. I see this as a link-up project, that there are already people in communities, in higher education, all over the world that don't need to be told why they need the freedom to ask the questions and do their research and publish their papers without worrying about going to jail, do you know? So ours is a link-up project. How do we find those people? How do we understand the conditions and constraints that they're operating under? And how do we support them? Now, universities have always taken people in. We've known that from the day before we launched our network. They've always taken people in because that's the kind of place most universities at least strive to be, and in many cases are. But we can be much more efficient, we can be much more effective, and much more resonant about it if we do it together. And so that is the ethos for why a network, because if we do it together, we can be stronger at it, and we can help more people, and we can sustain ourselves in this work. So I want to thank everybody again for your participation, for all of these thoughts that were shared. On the thoughts about the program and the reminders that there are conflicts that we didn't get to talk about in this program, one of the things we always wrestle with is, frankly, we have too much content for the number of days. All of you will be receiving an email asking you to give us your feedback, so a feedback survey. And in it, it asks you for the next Congress, how many days would you like it to be? So if you think we didn't have enough content, tell us you want a few more days, and we'll see what we can do, okay? I want to thank all of the organizing staff, to Marta and the team at Time 2, absolutely amazing, really fantastic. For the tech staff, for the catering staff, for the cleaning staff that most of us won't see, but everybody who made it possible to be in space together, again, something we appreciate. after being away for so long. All of our panelists, all of our moderators, particularly the moderators who get the thankless job when they volunteer, sure, I'll be the moderator, and then only afterwards do they see how little time they're given and how many people they have to squeeze in. So thank you for doing the courteous job of asking people to stay on time when any one of those panels could be an all-day conference, and we know that. Thank you to all of the remote presenters who shared with us their knowledge and gifts and didn't get the benefit of being in the room with us and enjoying all of that energy. Enormous thanks to EHU. Vilnius, would you like to say anything? Would you come up? So our acting rector, EHU. I'm sorry we live in a world where we have a model or models of universities in exile, but the fact that we have EHU as a model who is showing how they're making this work and how they are dedicated to the idea of an open university engaged with the world. And I continue to be amazed, but literally the students vote with their feet and cross a border because they want this kind of a future and not that kind of a future. Thank you for having us. It's been amazing.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you all. Many nice words was said today in the room, and I just want to say that for the EHU, it was a privilege and a big honor to co-host such a kind of event. The Congress is very related to our mission and our essence of being university in exile, and all of us being together discussing on the same problems that we are facing was the good opportunity to know better about each other, and also the great opportunity for networking and new friendships, which, who knows, maybe to grow in new projects, initiatives, that we together could do something more on behalf of threatened scholars around the world. Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
We had the long list of thank yous that Sarah shared at the dinner last night, so if you could just please put those on your mind again. I won't detain you for one, but we say them every day, basically, on a thank you to all who make this all possible. I do want to repeat one, though, which is my thanks to the SAR staff, for the ones who are here with us, for the ones who were back home and are keeping the ship going. In particular, to Alexandra Lowe for all the work in getting us here, and for Prachi for running around making sure all of the technology and communications worked. I know that these events are not fun to put together, but the feeling that we have right now is the reason why they're worth putting together. So I thank all of them. I thank all of you. We are a global network, a movement linking people up across institutions and boundaries. And together, we're making a difference. And I'm enormously grateful, and I look forward to seeing all of you and more at the next Congress, which we will announce as soon as you complete the survey and tell us when and where you would like it to be. Okay? And with that, our Congress is officially adjourned, and I turn to Frank for minor housekeeping. Yeah?
And the minor housekeeping is basically inviting you all to lunch downstairs and dinner this evening at EHU at 6 o'clock. If you would like to join, please let one of us on the SAR team know. There is also a registration desk downstairs, so if you have any questions about transfers, departures, or anything like that, please do ask our colleagues downstairs. So thank you, and look forward to speaking to you during lunch.